Esteemed guests on the dais and audience, ladies and gentlemen, students, scholars, and faculty members, a hearty good morning and a warm welcome to you all to the first day of ICSSR sponsored international seminar on integrating indigenous knowledge systems in sustainable tourism, enhancing livelihoods and rural development in hybrid mode, in collaboration with Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, organized by Postgraduate Department of Commerce, Sree Sankara College, Kalady, Ernakulam, and in association with Marian College, Kuttikkanam, Payyanur College, Kannur, SH College, Thevara, and SNM College, Maliankara. The Indian Council for Social Science Research, or ICSSR, was established in the year 1969 by the Government of India to promote social sciences in the country. ICSSR provides grants for projects, fellowships, international collaborations, organizing seminars and conferences, capacity building, surveys, publications, etc. to promote research in the field of social science in India. This seminar is held as part of such an ICSSR project under the special call based on Vision Visit Bharat 2047. Swami Vivekananda once said that the wind of God's grace is always blowing, and all you need to do is unfurl the sails. Let me invite Lakshmi of PG1 to unfurl our sails, lift our spirits, and bless this program with her ethereal voice. Thank you, Lakshmi, for blessing this occasion with your mesmerizing voice. This ICSSR seminar was organized by the Postgraduate Department of Commerce and which has materialized to be due to the efforts of many. And like the bow to a ship, the backbone of our department has been our beloved HOD, Srimati S. Gauri Andarjana. Let me invite Srimati S. Gauri Andarjana to formally welcome you all to this seminar.
Good morning, one and all. It is with immense pleasure and honor that I stand before you today to welcome you to this ICSSR-sponsored international seminar on integrating indigenous knowledge systems in sustainable tourism, enhancing livelihoods and rural development. This two-day seminar, organized by the Postgraduate Department of Commerce, Sree Sankara College, Kalady, in collaboration with esteemed institutions such as Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, Marian College, Kuttikkanam, SNM College, Maliankara, Payyanur College and Sacred Hearts College, Thevara, marks a significant step forward in bringing together academic and practical perspectives on sustainable tourism and its profound role in rural development. We are privileged to have the presence of distinguished dignitaries, accomplished academicians, thought leaders, and students who share a common passion for creating impactful change through indigenous knowledge systems. Let me begin by extending a warm welcome to the President of today's program, Professor Dr. Anil Kumar M., Principal, Sree Sankara College, Kalady, who is always a pillar of support. On behalf of the Department of Commerce, I welcome you, sir, to the inaugural session. Next, I am extending a warm welcome to Dr. Sanjay Kumar, IFS Chief Conservator of Forests, Government of Kerala, who will deliver the inaugural address. Sir, your insights into the intersection of environmental conservation and sustainable development will undoubtedly set the tone for our discussions over the next 2 days. Let me take this opportunity to thank Sanjay sir for accepting our invitation and coming over here for the inauguration. On behalf of the entire Sree Sankara College fraternity, I welcome you, sir, for the inaugural session. A heartfelt welcome to our keynote speaker, Sri K. Anand, Managing Director, Sree Sankara College Association, whose wealth of experience and vision will inspire us all. Welcome, sir. A special welcome to Dr. Sujat T.V., member of the syndicate, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, who is present here for offering felicitation. On behalf of all gathered here, I welcome you, ma'am, to the seminar. I'm happy that Professor Dr. Preeti Nair, Professor, Department of English, has joined us today for offering felicitation. I take this opportunity to thank Preeti ma'am for her constant support and encouragement. Welcome, ma'am. I also take this opportunity to warmly welcome Professor S. Gunapalan from the Southeastern University of Sri Lanka, who will be delivering the lead lecture today. Your cross-border perspective will enrich our understanding and widen the scope of our deliberations. Welcome, sir. A warm welcome to the resource persons of today's seminar, Dr. C.B., Dr. Binoy, Dr. Harikrishnan, Dr. Jacob Bose for the session. I also welcome Dr. M.G. Sanil Kumar, Head, Department of Botany, S.N.M. College, Maliankara, Fellow Coordinator of the seminar. Welcome, sir. I would like to welcome our esteemed participants, General Manager of Adi Shankara Group of Institutions, Sri Srinath, faculty members of my department, faculties from sister institutions, retired faculty of our department, Dr. B. Ramesh, researchers, students from various institutions. You are the heart of this seminar. Your curiosity, dedication, and active participation will undoubtedly make this event a grand success. Finally, I would like to extend my gratitude to the convener of this 2-day international seminar, Dr. Sujit A.S., and members of the organizing committee, volunteers whose meticulous planning and tireless efforts have made this seminar possible. Welcome, Sujit sir and his team. Over the next 2 days, we will explore critical themes that bridge traditional wisdom and modern practices, aiming to foster sustainable growth in tourism and rural livelihoods. I urge all participants to engage actively, share your insights, and network with one another to make this seminar a memorable and transformative experience. Once again, I welcome you all to this enriching journey of knowledge and collaboration. Together, let us try to make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your warm welcome. Behind every endeavor, there will be a visionary who stands long and strong to make sure that the ship stays on course and reaches its destination. I invite my dear colleague, Dr. Sujit A.S., the convener of the seminar, to present the seminar theme.
Good morning to all distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, scholars, and participants. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this international seminar on integrating indigenous knowledge system in sustainable tourism, enhancing livelihood and rural development, organized by Sree Sankara College, Kalady, in collaboration with Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, and in association with our esteemed partner institutions. As we gather here today, we aim to address an important subject that bridges culture, sustainability, and community empowerment. The relationship between tourism and indigenous communities has long been a subject of discussion. While tourism can open doors to economic growth, it often comes with challenges: commodification of cultures, marginalization of communities, and neglect of their valuable contribution to our heritage, shared heritage. This seminar seeks to turn that narrative around. It focused on the role of indigenous knowledge system, the centuries-old wisdom, skills, and cultural practices of indigenous communities. These systems, deeply rooted in environmental harmony and sustainability, offer solutions to many of today's challenges in tourism and rural development. I sincerely hope this event become a platform for thought-provoking discussions, innovative ideas, and meaningful collaborations. Together, we can work towards reshaping tourism into a force that respects and uplifts indigenous communities while offering sustainable development solutions. Let us embark on this journey of learning and collaboration. I thank you all for being here and look forward to valuable contributions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us with the seminar themes. Next, I would like to invite our principal, Professor Dr. Marian, for the presidential address.
Good morning. Respected Manager of Sree Sankara College, Sree K. Anand, the Chief Guest of the function, Dr. Sanjay Kumar IFS, Dr. Suja TV, Member Syndicate, Mahatma Gandhi University, Professor Dr. P.D. Nair, Professor, Department of English, Dr. M.G. Sanal Kumar, Head Department of Botany, SNM College, Maliankara, Srimati Devi Andarjana, Head of Department of Commerce, Sree Sankara College, Dr. Sujit A.S., Convenor of this international seminar, other faculty members of the Department of Commerce, retired faculty member Dr. B. Remersh of Commerce Department, and all other faculty members of Sree Sankara College, esteemed delegates, and my dear students. It is a great pleasure I stand before you to address this auspicious gathering in association with the ICSSR sponsored international seminar on integrating indigenous knowledge systems in sustainable tourism, enhancing livelihoods and rural development. Tourism, the livelihood of many economies, is now facing dual challenges of giving a responsibility while safeguarding the natural, cultural, social treasures that make destinations unique. Sustainable tourism is a necessity, as you all know, which brings people together, fosters cross-cultural understanding, and drives economic growth. At the same time, the unchecked expansion of tourism can lead to environmental degradation, cultural erosion, and inequitable benefits. This is where your collective efforts, as well as the responsibility that brings tourism a responsible activity that remains free, that remains a force for the goodness of the country. India, as you all know, is a country of different culturally, geographically, linguistically, and even many more diversified states as well as union territories, where many different kinds of practicing indigenous systems of knowledge, especially in the field of agriculture, medicine, and so on. So in this context, the integration of indigenous knowledge with the tourism becomes responsible, and thus we can enhance sustainable tourism. I hope that the deliberations during this two-day international seminar will shed light into the new insights into sustainable tourism that enhance our livelihoods, as well as rural development at state level, national, and even at international level. As a teacher of botany who have done some researches in indigenous knowledge, I am sure that this indigenous practice, especially at the traditional level, we have been practicing a lot of traditional knowledges from time immemorial, especially Ayurvedic practices, grandma's remedies, some home remedies, and even we have a lot of traditional healers. And as a botanist, I should also mention the taxonomic identification of plants. Some 2 years back, we visited Kuttikkanam, where there were some 1 or 2 people who have graduated in botany, as well as post-graduation in botany, of course, and they are specialized in taxonomy. So what they did was, during the visit to interior forest areas, these students, they accompany the travelers and mention all the details available with respect to each and every plant. That is very important. So that is also a part of it. So how we can integrate our indigenous knowledge as well as present knowledge with tourism is very important. I encourage each one of you to actively participate, share your insights, and embrace this opportunity to learn and collaborate. Together, we can reimagine tourism as a sustainable inclusion and enriching experience for all by integrating our indigenous system of knowledge. Thank you all, and I hope that this two-day international seminar will bring light into a lot of new insights into the sustainable tourism. I wish all the best for this two-day international seminar, and I also especially congratulate Dr. A. Sujit and his team for organizing such an international conference in association with the ICSSR. Once again, wish you all the best, and thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words. We are very fortunate to have such an esteemed guest for the inauguration of our seminar. Who better than is to inaugurate a seminar focusing on indigenous and sustainable tourism than Dr. Sanjay Kumar, IFS, the Chief Conservator of Forests of the Government of Kerala. We would like to share a few words regarding this. Dr. Sanjay Kumar, IFS, Indian Forest Service, he has held several posts such as Chief Conservator of Forest Southern Circle, Secretary Kerala Sports Council, Director of the Environment and Climate Change, Member Kerala Coastal Zone Management Authority, Member State Wetland Authority. From 2016 to 2019, he was the CEO and Chief Commissioner of the National Game Secretary. He was also the Deputy Director of Periyar Tiger Reserve. His area of specialization is wildlife and protected area management. He has done his PhD in environmental science, his MPhil and MSc, along with MA is in the same field. And his second area of specialization is Master of Social Work, MBA in Human Resource Management, LLB in General Law, BEd in Education, PG Diploma in Wildlife Management, and is currently pursuing his MCom. He has been awarded with several decorations such as the UNDP India Biodiversity Award of 2012, NTCA Award for Periyar Tiger Reserve, NTCA Award for Parambikulam Tiger Reserve, Jungli Award for Parambikulam Tiger Reserve, Chief Minister Award for Innovations for Parambikulam Tiger Reserve, and the Chief Minister Award for Periyar Tiger Reserve. We heartily welcome you to light the lamp and bless the session, sir. I invite all other dignitaries to join the lighting of the lamp. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are eagerly awaiting for the inaugural address, sir. Let me take the privilege to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Sanjayan Kumar, IFS, to deliver the inaugural address. Sir, the stage is all yours.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, President Professor Dr. Kumar, Dr. Sujit, Idukki, MD, Madam Dr. Suja TV, Professor Dr. Sree Nair, Dr. M. Sanil Kumar, Srimati Gauri, and dear friends. Ernakulam, Namaskara. International conference ആയതുകൊണ്ട് മലയാളത്തിൽ സംസാരിക്കുന്നില്ല, നമ്മൾ ഇംഗ്ലീഷിൽ സംസാരിക്കാം അനുവാദം കൂടെ. So, first of all, thank you for Dr. Sujit for inviting me to such a wonderful institution. I mean, I'm for the first time reaching here. I mean, I'm so happy to be here. Got a present surprise in the morning with them and met MD. I was not sure. He was my old friend. So after entering his chamber, I could meet Anand sir, a very old friend of mine, very known to each other. It was really like he made me just homecoming, like something like that, like a homecoming here. So I was so happy to be here. Yes, the subject, what today, what you are doing international seminar, is really very apt topic and is very close to my heart. Of course, I have done a lot of related topics of work, research, studies, academics also. Of course, we forgot to mention, I already completed MCom and also completed MA Economics. So that's another part of academics. Of course, I'm now pursuing MA in Public Policy and Governance and also in MSc in Psychology. So basically, I'm a student. I keep on learning things in my life. I would like to be a student throughout my life till I die. That's what I have. That's my passion for knowing the things, learning the things. Now come to this topic, it's indigenous knowledge, systems and sustainable tourism. Before I really jump into, because I have deep experience or I am closely associated with this topic, with the communities, with the tribal communities. I was working in Periyar Tiger Reserve for 5 years. I was groundwork as a deputy director there. I was again deputy director Parambikulam Tiger Reserve for 4.5 years. Again worked very closely with the tribal communities and local communities there. Very much instrumental in bringing their livelihood and employment and empowering them to a mainstream. So I know the nuances or cuts in this whole exercise. And it's very, very vital topic in the present scenario. Statistically, if in India, in a geographical area is concerned, 6 lakh villages are in the fringe of in and around forest. Okay, in and around forest. So, and if you again superimpose the socio-economic strata of the community, those are somewhat what you call away from the city or urban area. Their livelihood or their empowerment or their socio-economic status really goes down. Okay? Because the development actually is not reaches to them. So they are very much in a very deprived condition in terms of socially, economically, and their what you call the rights is itself. Their own rights itself, they are not able to to exercise it. So it's a, they are highly unempowered type of situation they are undergoing. It's very high time that they have to be empowered, and they have all knowledge. For a very interesting thing is indigenous knowledge. They have all knowledge, lot of knowledge. We should learn from them. The Biodiversity Act, you all aware of it or not aware, please read it. It's clearly emphasized on the communities will get the benefit in terms of indigenous knowledge or any economics in and around. It has been slowly been implemented. All the panchayats, there is something called biodiversity register. Every panchayat should have a biodiversity register, and every panchayat should have a BMC, biodiversity management committee. And it is envisaged in long term that in and around that particular panchayat or community, whatever revenue really coming or generated, certain percentage or cess, what we call biodiversity cess, should go to the back to the community. Though it is not implemented, unfortunately it is not implemented, it should be implemented. It is actually origin with the Biodiversity Congress, International Biodiversity Congress, so it is a long history. Finally it comes to our national act and it been implemented. It will take time. Now, recently also the UN COP16 done in Cali, Colombia. So they also really pushed very hard on this indigenous community empowerment and employment funding for that. Bioprospecting is another aspect in the Biodiversity Act. Whatever any type of genetic resources being used in around that particular area or community, the revenue sharing mechanism by the companies should again go back to the community. So again, it has a lot of legal requirement. So I'm not going detail of that, but before I just share some of the experience what I had in my Kuttikkanam area with the local community. One thing is that it is before empowering them, before making them in the mainstream of tourism or whatever livelihood thing. Two small anecdotes I want to share. One anecdote which is my professor used to give me when I was in my college days, when it interacting with the community. One anecdote which is actually related to my personal experience. One anecdote, what professor used to tell is a very common type of story. This is not factually correct, not very sure, but it is a very important value to say. This is that particular the crux of that particular story or anecdote is that the process of involving community in the decision making is very, very important. So it goes like this. In a particular area, the tribal area or the indigenous area, people were actually living inside the one particular hamlet, and they used to come to the town or market through swimming. The river was there was a river. Here I was living in another small island. So the communities or people used to sell their daily vegetables or whatever things, or to buy something. So they used to swim some 100 meters across the river, come to the mainland, and they buy the vegetable or they sell their product, or they ration, put in again tie on the bag and swim back. They come and swim back. So what happened?
they're all coming, they struggle a lot, no? Swimming across the river and doing this up and down, up and down. So then suddenly the administrator or the policy maker or the MLAs or whatever, so forth, we came to know, including me, a person like me, we have to do something for these people. They're struggling very hard. Oh, so we should do something. They're swimming. Instead of that, we should able to have, they can come walking properly. So we should have bridge. So one bridge has been constructed with heavy lot of budget, crores of money are spent, and bridge was constructed. And so such that the people can walk rather than struggling to swimming and coming into the market, to the other part of the island. So people like me, or policy maker or the politician or the MLAs or panchayat president all came with happily. Yes, we had given something to the people. Okay, now they asked the crowd, are you happy now? We had done something for you. The great crores of money had spent to you. We just, very happy now. Thank you. Earlier we used to swim under the sun. Now we should swim under the shade of the bridge. So their requirement is not exactly walking. So they used to know, still they swim, but only thing is difference is that they swim under the shade of the bridge to do their thing. So the issue here to flag off is the decision making process. You have to involve this community for the decision making. Now another very important story which is I had experience, personally experience. I was working in Kalady. So boat landing area, whether you have been taken out here, boat landing you have to go to a lot of other islands you have to go after crossing the lakes. So they said we can by walk other certain places we can go. I came to know one elephant is in distress. Last 1, 3, 4 days is distress. Because some disease and some issue was there. My veterinarian is to go and medicate it. Tranquilize it, give some medicine, but it is very difficult. It's not for one month. I was very upset that the elephant is not improving. Wild elephant. So that particular day, I went in the morning, and the night I got from the call from the veterinarian that thing that elephant seems to be in a difficult position. The elephant may die, but still is struggling to stand. Sometimes go to the water also. Then I thought, okay, I'll do one thing. I'll go in the morning. I want to see. So morning around 6 o'clock I started. I walked we had to pass through a small patch of forest. Then the small stream is there, no problem. But while crossing, before reaching to the elephant that particular area, one old tribal women must be in the 60s or 70s, must be 80s, really all grey, all grey, sitting on the on the shore of that particular lake or river, and with a long stick, fishing stick. So she was very old, typical in that particular position, sticking trying to fish catch the fish. So I just watched her, and I crossed, seen the elephant, came back. So by around 6 o'clock, first trip was over. So I came back. While coming back, by around 8 o'clock something, she was again in the same position. She was struggling to get the fish. Okay. Then I did not talk to her. I watched her, and I again came back. Then by around lunch hours, elephant was in my mind now. Again I crossed. I want to see what was the position of the elephant. So again walked down. Again on the way she was again in the same position. She was sitting there. She was struggling to get some fishes. I think she's still not got a fish. No, still struggling. Then I came back after 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. While coming back, again she was in the same position and struggling to catch the fish. Morning 6 o'clock onward, 2 o'clock she's still there. And she is struggling to get a fish. Really not getting any food for her. Something like that. But I don't talk to her at that time. By evening again I went for the elephant. Elephant is the last stage of I really want to go once again, want to see the elephant. So by 4 o'clock or something like that, 3 o'clock, again I crossed it. The lady was still there with the same stick with the fishing. And I came back around 4 or 4:30, I don't remember. was in the same position. So by this time I was totally in my heart got melted, or say that in a sympathy or empathy, whatever you can say. Oh my God, 6 o'clock onwards, 4:30, still struggling to get a fish for her. And she is really in a very bad family-wise, very situation must be very distressed. I told her, somehow I want to help. Somehow I could help her. She's do something for her. Then I told her, I raised there. Next when said, I don't remember. I told in Malayalam. So I don't convert. I addressed like or Muttashi something like that. What about you are not got any fish? We got some 2-3 fish, small fish I got. Okay. Then I told how you are doing. No, I used to do every day like this. Because it is food is there, I will eat. And I told that to do one thing. You come to my office tomorrow. I will do something for your cleaning purpose. I will try to something I'll manage. You somehow you place join. You leave this job. You are struggling at this old age, this same thing. I somehow manage something, you're cleaning or grooming or whatever thing is there. And that she given a very smile, very interesting smile. That how much she pay? I don't know. I'll definitely pay better than this. Your life will be better. Then she told, if I work your place, then I could come back to the mainland. Here she used to stay also sometimes. To go back in the night or 2 days ago. She has small talk for tent or something. And she told, if I stay there, then my economics will go up. So I have to buy rice, I have to buy vegetables, I have to buy all turmeric, all those things are there. But it's hell lot of things to buy. So here I have to only put some salt, some madavu podi, some chili powder, and some manjana podi and turmeric, and it's very economical. Whatever you money give, I have to spend double the money to do that. So economics wise, it will be not very handy for me. Then I thought, okay, we'll try to increase whatever the amount is there, but don't do this job. I feel very incumbent. Then she was again very smiling. She was saying, it is not only the money you offer me or getting, the work or you giving me, that work actually it is not close to my heart. Here, I am not only not for filling my food, but it's the job I am enjoying. I am happy. I mean, that you can't give me. So that's very much striking to me. The job she was doing, it is something close to her heart, and she actually enjoys to do that. I mean, so where our policy decisions making, we have to pay a lot of attention is there. It is not like that we think that these are the employment opportunities, these are livelihood opportunities, we should do this thing for them. No, it can be done, but only thing which actually attracts them, which they feel comfortable, which they feel comfortable in doing that, which they happy in doing that. That is the way you should empower them. So that is very important. The two things I want to flag off thing was about your livelihood, tourism, in the indigenous community or tapping the resources. One is participation. Involve them in the decision making. What can be done with them. Second thing is which actually they are comfortable in doing that. It is not trusting them to certain type of employment. It may not do justice. It is economically should be viable. Emotionally should be connected to that particular job. So that only it makes sense for them. So I don't have much time because I don't take long time, but quickly I just want to share there are certain aspects what we have done in Payannur area. Thing was there used to be tribal communities or local communities involved in some illegal activities. They were doing collections of illegal cinnamon barks. They were involved in some sort of small time poaching also. They are not directly involved maybe as a nexus to the main poachers also. They are doing it because they don't have the money to take care of their family. So we have started some sort of tourism activities there, like Periyar Tiger Trail, like we have nature walk, green walk, all those things are there. They're not even gone to the colleges, but they have come to the mainstream. They left this all type of activities, and Periyar has really become a model in doing lot of community-based ecotourism programs. Now they are running really well. I think Periyar is one of the models across India. They are taking up some activities like nature walk, green walk, Periyar Tiger Trail, etc. All these tribal communities are all. First of all, the dependence on forest has been reduced. Second important thing is that they had actually been get away with some sort of illegal activity. So both are actually it's a win-win situation for the department and for them. For department, illegal activities can be curtailed. For an employment opportunities come into picture. So another very interesting type of exercise. Then there. Another thing is that in terms of fishing also, we had told them to do the fishing in certain areas. Don't go across many other places because a lot of places fishing pressure may come. So they are agreed for that. So with the help of microplant, they had built fishing. And what we have done is that we help them in selling through value addition. A fishermen group of eco-development committees we form, and a lot of value addition to that, marketing out to the local hotels and resorts. We are not doing that. So that has been helped. And we emphasize that fishing can be done in those areas where lot of influx of exotic fishes are there, or other fishes like goldfish are there, catfish are there. All those rather than inside the area, forest area where the pressure for some sort of indigenous fishes, we should not get pressure. So that's also one of the things we have taken care in that particular area. We also successfully put a what you call fishing ban. I won't say ban, it's some sort of curbing the season of the spawning season, or egg season. During those seasons, we told them we don't do the fishing, they agree, and that particular month, we give an alternate employment opportunity for this particular tribal community. So again, it's a dialogue with them. So the fishing, egg laying season and spawning season should not be affected. So like that, we had done some initiatives there. Paramikulam also was in a very, very bad shape. I didn't bear the part of the whole exercise. So lot of employment tourism activities during my time only it was started 2006 to 2010. So there also a lot of ecotourism program has been taken up, where the community has been empowered to take up some sort of as a guides, as a bamboo rafters, as a what you call, even a small tribal troupe we formed, a small tribal dance program we had worked out for the on payment basis. We can see that the program. I should time is a shortage that otherwise I would have shared a lot of activities what we have taken up to empower the tribal communities. So I think it's very, very important. The indigenous community has to be empowered, and indigenous knowledge has to be what you call tapped to the potential. The foreigners, they come, they really enjoy the indigenous stories. What we can tell all what you call scientific stories. Tigers, if you have some around 300 kg, tigers can crawl or jump this much, things fine. The pug marks of the tigers are squarish, or tigers is rectangularish. So it's all the thing as a scientific point of view. But instead of that, the local tribal community have own stories to tell of each species. That actually attracts. The anecdotes of the local experience really matters. Recently, one of the very known tribal watch this guide, one Rajkumar, he passed away recently. I'm very much close to this boy. He was around. I still remember last 20 years I groomed him to. I was very, very close to him. He was not even gone past 10th standard, but he was on a top notch the guide of the Periyar Tiger. He could able to tell identify 300 birds. He had developed that skill. He could able to identify tell about the names and identify around 250 spiders. They can tell all animals of Periyar Tiger can identify. Tell the interesting type of very important stories also they can tell. The plants, the habitat, the amphibians, every story he knows. But he hardly got 10th standard, 8th or 9th standard. And interestingly, he had picked up communicating not only English, some of the French and also started talking French and German also to some extent to talk with the foreign. What I'm telling is that the tribal communities, we should tap the, or ministers can tap the potential of their potential. You only have to groom them. We have to groom them, we have to tap the potential such that they may really do it. And I would say that the stories, anecdotes that they tell in the local dialect or local slang, it really matters a lot. I would say that the potential of indigenous knowledge tapping and the tourism in tourism sector by the indigenous community is a huge one, and it's yet to be tapped to the maximum. I think this particular conference will help or it galvanize or will turn into the right direction, and may, especially young girls, boys and girls are sitting there. I mean, I would rather they should work on the field, work very closely with the field to do. I mean, nowadays I really feel a bit uncomfortable with the present day generation. They are becoming comfortable with the laptops and tablets. They should go to the field, be in the field, and work hard in the field, know them closely. Then only we will understand. The studying in the hall or may not do any justice. So if you really want to do justice for the empowered tribal community or indigenous community, you have to be on your foot into the field and be with them, talk to them, and walk with them, understand them, and then only we learn it and we cannot do justice. So with that, with all permissions, and thank you once again to Dr. Sujit and team for inviting me to this occasion. And also I'm so happy to be here the first time in this college, and to meet wonderful dignitaries of the dais and my friends here. With all your permission, I officially inaugurate the ICSSR sponsored international seminar on integrating indigenous knowledge systems and sustainable tourism, enhancing livelihood and rural development. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. We would like to give a token of appreciation from our side. I invite our respected manager, Sree K. Anand, to do the honors. Next, I would like to invite our Honorable Managing Director of Avishandra Government Stations and Avishandra Trust, Sree K. Anand, to deliver the keynote address.
Dr. Marian Kumar, Principal, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Chief Guest of the Day, Dr. T.V. Puja, Syndicate Member in University, Dr. N.G. Sanit Kumar from SNM College, dignitaries on the dais, my dear staff members and students. As our Chief Guest said, it gives me added pleasure to be with you when someone who is a close friend of mine is the chief guest of the program. As he said, I know him for quite some years, and really that gives me great pleasure to be with you, to share dais with him. I only want 2 points. I will not take much of your time because we are short of time. Last 2 weeks back, there was a program in St. Teresa's College, Ernakulam, in which some of our students from engineering college and our Sainik school went there and attended. Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman was the chief guest of that program, and after the meeting there was a question and answer session in which our Sainik school students asked 1 or 2 questions, which was declared as the best question, and they were given an award of ₹10,000 and certificate also. it is not the question and the award, it is what is the question that is asked was relevant. The question that was asked is why the students from Kerala or India are going abroad for their studies and why they are not sticking on to our own place. That was the question asked. For that, the chief guest, the minister, gave a very wonderful reply also, saying that many things were said by her. One of the things was that, see, in none of the educational institutions outside, you will find a flag, you will find politics, you will find any other sort of disturbances in the campus. And that is not the state in our country. That is one of the reasons stated by her. So when we look at the tourism point of view or academic point of view, whatever it is, the basic thing that which we should have or that is to be imparted to all concerned for improving tourism. Number one, it is the cleanliness. If I tell you an example, Singapore is a very, very neat city, I am told. Equally so, or even much more, 100 times cleaner is Switzerland. In Singapore, there is a law which says that whoever litters will be fined. There is no such law in Switzerland also, but it is 100 times cleaner. So, the basic culture is that they should be neat and clean. That is one of the qualities that should be inculcated in the minds of the Indian citizens. For that, what we can do. That is a very, very important thing. Second thing is, we will have concern for others. We should have concern for others. If you take an example, one of the busiest airports in the world is Amsterdam, in Netherlands. In Amsterdam, I am told that from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. there will be no landing or takeoff because that will produce sound which will be a disturbance to the people of the locality. That is the concern shown by them, because in a country like Netherlands, it will be 24 hours, it will be full, because that is one of the major hub of international hub of international airways. So what happens is, now here when we look at the practical side, you can see people spitting outside, throwing, littering, throwing papers and everything. See, which means that they don't have any concern for others. If that comes, certainly there is no chance of development of any tourism activities here. If you have had opportunity to go to foreign countries, you can see that tourism is one of the main source of income for many people. Whereas here we have natural resources in abundance. God has given us natural resources, but we are not utilizing. We don't have concern. See, even in our Vedas it is said that Aditi Devo Bhava, we should treat the guest as God. We should treat the guest as our God. So that is the concern which we should show to our guests. That is the concern we should show to others. The degree of neatness. These are all the things which we should inculcate in the mind. That is, certainly I am sure that this will come under indigenous knowledge systems. So unless these basic things are imparted to the citizens, See, whatever growth we achieve, that will be of no use. See, if you are really a great person in academics, you may be a very great person in mathematics or physics or chemistry or whatever it is. But if you don't have these basic qualities, then that education will not do any good to you. Because if you don't have any concern to others, what is the use of the education that you have? What is the use of the academic excellence or expertise you have? Nothing. So these are all the main things which we should impart to the people around, and if these things are followed, I am sure that the level of development for our place, for our state, for our country will be beyond limits. So there will be so many things for you to interact, and certainly this is a very good subject, and this is, I would say, need of the hour to have our development, to have the development of the state, to have the development of the country, and certainly this is a very great subject that you can have for discussion, deliberation, etc. And certainly you should get some results out of this deliberation, and then even after that you should pursue as to how these results can be implemented in the day-to-day life of all. Thank you very much, and I really place on record my sincere sense of gratitude and thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, and also the syndicate member, Dr. Suja, and to all who have come from outside the institution, from other institutions. And I wish this seminar all the very best and all success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. As part of the seminar, we have received more than 93 research papers, and we have compiled a book of slides which will be released in this function. I invite our chief guest, Dr. Sanjay Kumar IFS, to receive and release the book of abstract, and I invite our respected Managing Director, Sree Sankara, to hand over the book of abstract to the chief guest. Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Dr. Suja, syndicate member in University, to say a few words about her. She is the Associate Professor and Vice Principal of Honoris College in Ernakulam. She holds an MA English. She holds a degree in MA English. She holds a personal responsibility as syndicate member, staff advisor to the college union, ICSSR admission committee member, and her research interests mainly focused on ecofeminism. The space is all yours now.
Thank you, sir, for introducing me. Good morning to all of you. Distinguished President of the program, Dr. Anil Kumar, dignified Chief Guest of the day, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, esteemed Managing Director, Sree Anand, my dear friends and dignitaries on the dais, Professor Dr. P.B. Nair, Dr. Sujit A.S., Srimati Gauri Andajanam, Dr. M.G. Sanil Kumar, sir,
esteemed resource persons from various universities and colleges in and out of our state, dear faculty members, and my dear students. I have some problem with my voice, maybe the result of the smog of Delhi after a recent visit to Delhi. Please bear with me. When I went through the title of the seminar, 3 pieces of literature came to my mind. One is a North American Aboriginal Creek song. The song is like this: when all the trees have been cut, when all the animals have been hunted, when all the water sources have become polluted, when all the air has become uninhalable, only then you will realize you cannot live by eating money. You cannot live by eating money. Now, in Kerala, in the present scenario, when we have unpredictable climatic conditions, we don't know when a disaster or a catastrophe shall happen at any of our districts. We know the gas chamber-like effect of Delhi. The song becomes all the more meaningful. Another piece of literature is a poem written by Sugatkumari. The title of the poem is Adivasi Saksharata. There, she tells about how people from the land invaded the forest in the guise of spreading religion and literacy to the indigenous people there, and by giving them tobacco and toddy, they looted the forests, the brooks, the women, and finally the indigenous, those helpless people could do only one thing. They could only curse these people. And they say, എഴുതിക്കാനെത്തിയ രാശാക്കളെ എഴുതാൻ ഇനിയുള്ളു ചാവുപാട്ട്. They can only sing the death song. It's the death knell that natives invasion, the plundering, the exploitation can cause to the indigenous people. The third piece that I recall is an essay written by William Rooker, the contributor of the term eco-criticism. He, in his 1978 seminal essay, Literature and Ecology, an experiment in eco-criticism, he says about we human beings, our overexcitedness in finding new theories. Year after year, we coin new theories. We are so fond of sophisticated expressions. We find out, we invent more theories, and we go after the theory of elegance. And he says that it is high time we shifted to the principle or the theory of relevance. Are all these theories relevant? When the word relevance comes, the word survival also comes with it. Are we able to survive? Now, whenever we think of ecology, eco-criticism, or environment, some words have to be discussed. Those words are domination, development, democracy. How do we mean all these things? This time we rethink about the meaning that we attribute, we human beings attribute to these terms. We forget the fact that the 4.5 billion year old earth do not need one species called human beings to exist. We are just one among the 8.7 million species on this earth, but we forget that. All species have equal rights on this one earth. We forget that. We forget the fact that, in Greek mythology, Earth is considered as a goddess, Gaia. Gaia hypothesis was coined by James Lovelock. He says that Earth is a self-regulatory system. It has its own way of going through the depredation. It has, in this 4.5 trillion years of existence, over 30 times it has gone through bad days, but it has gained its life after that. But we should be worried about whether we human beings will exist after 50 years or 100 years if we go like this. So what we call by this domination, what we call development, which eco-critics now call as maldevelopment, what we call democracy as the distribution of resources and profits among the chosen few, is this democracy? We have to think about all these things. And it is said that to live with Gaia, to live with Earth, we should develop a love relationship with Gaia. A love relationship is a give and take mutual understanding. It really requires a partnership ethic, cooperation, participation. So we should be able to observe and understand the changes that happen around us, and we should learn from that, and we should be able to equip ourselves with changed modes of living. We should know how to lessen our carbon footprint. Noam Chomsky has said that the only hope of survival for human beings is in the indigenous people, because they are the only ones who know how to live with the least carbon footprint. So we should learn from all these things. Nowadays, we use this word eco. Again, we have started using this word sustainable as very selling words. Do we integrate ourselves, the real essence of the meaning of these words, and live accordingly in that direction? I believe that a conference of this nature, with so many fruitful interactions and deliberations going on in this seminar hall and also in the online mode, shall create some transformation in the priorities that you fix in your daily life, so that when we move out from Sree Sankara College, Kalady tomorrow, we shall be changed persons. At least a small change should happen in our ways of life, how we become the biggest consumers of earth. And we know, when we feel that we human beings are the only ones who have the rights to all the resources on this earth, we should be all the more humbled by the issues that happen around us, let it be pandemic or let it be catastrophic. Let us learn from them, and I wish that these academic enterprises should contribute to political and policy making endeavors with our insights. When power and politics go astray from great visions, academicians have, or students have the role to correct them. Let us take our responsibility to engage ourselves in such kind of socially responsible activities. I extend the heartiest welcome, heartiest wishes, and warmest greetings on behalf of Mahatma Gandhi University to all the participants and organizers of this today international conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We would like to give you a token of appreciation and invite our respected Managing Director, K. Answer, to hand over the token of appreciation. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to invite Professor Dr. P. Marian, Professor, Department of English, Sree Sankara College, Kalady, for the presentation.
morning, respected dignitaries on and off the dais, dear participants, my dear friends, fellow colleagues, research scholars, and dear students. I would like to begin by congratulating Dr. Sujit and his team for being awarded this ICSSR project on indigenous knowledge systems. This two-day international seminar is the preliminary step towards the fruition of the project. Now, on examining the title of this two-day international seminar, there are three key words that are to be noted. One is indigenous knowledge, the second is sustainable tourism, and the third is rural development. Indigenous knowledge is a complex set of knowledge and skills which have from time immemorial guided different ethnic groups in their day-to-day operation. It is also termed as traditional knowledge or local knowledge, and so on. These knowledge plays a key driving force leading to rural development, which is the next key term or the second key term that I've spoken about. The indigenous community have a rich accumulation or repository of knowledge based on their culture, environment, social, political, economic institutions, which can be tapped and which can also provide a framework, guiding ideas, principles, etc., serving as a foundation for effective development in addition to the potential to be developed into a tourism product, sustainable tourism. So this is like a circle. You start from indigenous knowledge, you lead into rural development, sustainable tourism, rural development, and coming back to indigenous. So I sincerely hope that this seminar will unearth these guiding principles and ideas to enhance livelihood leading to rural development, and how these cultural knowledge will promote sustainable tourism, which will assist the local community as well. I am also reminded of a poem which goes like this, quote, I seen dreams at the edge of a rainbow and followed visions where I was led to go, to where I stood once long ago. I walked a journey down an indigenous man's road where ancestors' stories were now left for me to be told. Yes, let the ancestor stories, the indigenous man's road, guide us in our way forward towards sustainable tourism and rural development, benefiting the local community and the society as a whole. I take this opportunity to wish this two-day international seminar all the best, and I hope that there will be interactive sessions, fruitful deliberations. I once again wish this seminar all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, let me invite Dr. Maliankara, Head, Department of Government, SNM College, Maliankara, to deliver the word of thanks.
Respected dignitaries on of the day, my dear friends, a very good morning to one and all. We are already running short of 10 minutes, so straight to my duties. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Anil Kumar, my esteemed elder, whether I should say like that, because we are both from the same faculty and in the same fraternity botany, and very in-depth relationship with him. So on behalf of the organizing committee and all of gathered here, I express my sincere gratitude to Professor Dr. Anil Kumar for being the president of this whole conference. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to thank Dr. Sanjay Kumar IFS. He's really a miraculous person, I should say. I don't know how he's gathering so much of degrees apart from his hectic jobs or being a civil servant or an IFS officer. He is at present serving as the Chief Conservator of Forest. So he's not a person like he's sitting in a AC cubicle and doing or giving orders to his fellow colleagues. You do that, you do this. No, he's not that. He's not at all like that person, because he has gathered or he has earned so many degrees, and of course he is a person who is working in the field, I should say, because he has shared his own experience, not from anything outside. How the people in the forest are living so sustainably. Just like an example of that older woman, she's capturing fish and like that. So he's a tremendous person, a very apt person to inaugurate such an international conference. And I should say one more thing, sir. To be very honest, when I was a PG student in 2000, I was part of that People's Biodiversity Research, register that was implemented in Kerala in 2000 actually, 1999-2000. So it was implemented in Ernakulam district at first. So that also gave me immense pleasure, because you people are still still in this process, because for conservation of our wildlife, conservation of our natural habitats and so on and so on. So thank you very much, Dr. Sanjay sir, for your enlightening speech and everything. Thank you very much. Then next I should thank Anand sir, because he is a very visionary managing director of Sree Sankara College, not only Sree Sankara College, if I am correct, Sree Sankara Institute of Engineering College nearby. So he has shown his vision while speaking to us with a span of 10 minutes or so. So thank you very much. It's a part of being a part of this institution as a formality from the organizing committee and all of us gathered here. I thank our sincere gratitude to Sri Anand. So thank you very much. Then of course, members indicate Dr. Puja, teacher. She's also a good teacher, as you know. Citing some examples from non-job teachers to the Umari, enlightened our views and everything. Being hectic, because she is one of the spearheads of managing our entire Mahatma University. So thank you very much to the teacher for being a part of this seminar and that you were with us. Thank you. And of course, Professor Dr. P.D. Nair, she is again another English teacher, I should say. Anyway, a very enlightened speech she has also given to us. So on behalf of the organizing committee and all of us gathered here, I express our sincere gratitude to Professor Dr. P.D. Nair. And of course, to Srimati Gauri Antarjana, the head of the Department of Commerce of this institute. She is she's a part of our organizing committee and doing all these things, arrangement, everything, and she's been doing so much things from the last 2-3 weeks or months back. So thank you for leading this function and with your immense participation. Thank you very much for your welcome. Then of course the real pillar of our 2-day conference is actually he's the pillar of this particular conference. I don't know how to say thanks to him, but as a formality, I give a good thanks to politics. I don't know. It is and of course our fellow not participants, the organizing committee, Dr. Rostin, Dr. Vijay, Dr. Vishna, Dr. Rahul, and all of the delegates from outside our country, Dr. Gunasthekar, and from this institute, and delegates from other institutes from this part of Kerala and outside Kerala, and the research college, and all of you gathered here. A huge thanks, a plentiful thanks to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request all the dignitaries to stay back for a photo session. I request our external expert, Nikunavaran sir, and all the department faculties to come in front of the stage for the photo session. We'll be having a tea break for 15 minutes. The coffee has been arranged outside the seminar hall. Please enjoy yourself. And after the tea break, we'll gather back in by 11:45 to attend the first lead lecture by Professor Gunavalan, Professor, Department of Management, Faculty of Management and Commerce, Southeastern University of Finland. Our lead lecture one is about to start. I request all the participants to enter into the seminar hall immediately. The lead lecture one, led by Professor Inaugural, Professor, Department of Management, Faculty of Management and Commerce, Southeastern University of Australia. The theme, empowering local communities to rural tourism products of Sri Lanka. For the lead lecture, regarding the welcome speech, I invite Dr. Marian, Assistant Professor, Department of Management Studies, SS College, Thevara, to welcome the Professor.
Good morning to one and all present here. It's a great pleasure to have you all here today. Let's open our minds and hearts to new ideas as we come together to learn new facts and share knowledge. I am indeed honored to introduce our lead speaker, Professor Ernakulam, Department of Management, Faculty of Management and Commerce, Southeastern University of Sri Lanka. His area of research involves organization behavior, microfinance and entrepreneurship. He has published a number of books which includes entrepreneurship and small business management, factors motivating to entrepreneurial intention and so on. He has also published a number of papers on to his credit. He is also a Senate member of Southeastern University, Sri Lanka. He is here to provide us his valuable insight on empowering local communities through rural tourism in context of Sri Lanka. I would like to invite Professor Ernakulam onto the stage. Over to you, sir.
Thank God. Respected professors, principal, director, my dear students, ladies and gentlemen, very happy morning to you all. I am so happy to be here with this land of God. So, today we are going to spend some time to discuss how this tourism helps rural people to uplift their life and empower their people, local people in basically. Actually, my presentation I divided into 3 parts, but what do you understand what you mean by this rural tourism? What are the strategies we can apply to improve the rural tourism? Then how this rural tourism empower the local people and the progress. The problem basically rural tourism is by. So my dear students, before I start my session, I would like to say a few words as an academic. Right, last 30 years, I served as an academic in one of the government universities in Sri Lanka. You all know Sri Lanka is our neighboring country nearby. Right, only problem we have roads. We have a road. Right, we need only 1 hour to travel. No need more. Second, I need to say, now the government, the university and colleges like this, they have spent a lot of money, huge money, to organize this type of seminar and conferences because of to give a lot of knowledge, empowerment, basically not spend money, like to create or generate right employment. Right, most of the students, they be a job seekers, not be a job seekers, be a job creators. Therefore, this type of program definitely help you try
like to identify your potential, to identify the opportunities available to your hometown, your own area, that based on that availability, you can create idea, and the creativity, you can create employment not only for you, even other people, you can give a one or two jobs. So with this context, before I start my lecture, I need to express my sincere thanks to Professor Sree. Actually, he is an instrumental, otherwise I can't be here. And also, I need to thank Dr. Rahul and his father. Right, they are the real people, they motivated people, they motivate a lot. Based on the engagement only I am here. So once again I take this opportunity to thank. So my dear students, can I come here, sir? Yes. Okay. Right, it's more convenient to me. Right, more closer. Right, before I start this session, right, my title Empowering Local Communities through Rural Tourism in context of Sri Lankan context. Right, now we are thinking about the Sri Lankan context, but however, you also recall Kerala, what are the link between the Sri Lanka and Kerala? The atmosphere almost similar. The scenic beauty almost similar. Right, I want to say something about Sri Lanka before I start my session. Right, Sri Lanka simply we call paradise of the world. Pearl of Indian Ocean. Pearl of the Indian Ocean. This is a small island. Within 6 hours, you can travel any destination. One destination to other destination, within 6 hours you can travel. With a hot place to so cool place. In hot place in Hambantota or in Mannar, very coolest place in lower area, our Indian Tamil people are living there in the tier 6. So within the 6 hours is enough to enjoy entire country. So this country now struggling a lot. Why this beautiful island, the pearl of Indian Ocean, the paradise? Why they struggle? Why? Because of last 30 years war. Continuous war. 30 years, now war ended. Second, due to malpractices, due to corruption, due to unviable economic policies, now we are backing our country to eat. As a professor, I am very sad to say, now new hope started, new government, almost boys are captured the country. Now yesterday new parliament, we expect good in mind, hope best. At the same time, I need to say something. In 1950s, there was a summit, world leader summit done in Colombo. The summit called as Colombo Plan. On that particular meeting, Singaporean Prime Minister Idukki announced. Before 50 years back, I am going to develop Singapore like Sri Lanka. 50 years back. On that time, Sri Lanka PQLI, physical quality life index, economics people know well, is higher than this region. But now look at an image where Sri Lanka, where Singapore. Basically, Singapore, people have went and settled for the fishing papers. Malaysia happily allow them to do it. Happily allow them to do it. But Idukki is a visionary leader. Now we are talking about 21st century visionary leadership, but his visionary leadership far away. Idukki fixed his vision. He recruited the people not to work. Idukki recruited the people not to work. He recruit the people to support his vision. He don't need a person to work. He needs a person to support his vision and develop tourism to allow the people to enter Singapore. Basically, the tourism is their main income. Even now, they build their harbors. The portion of the harbor they built already, put the soil and everything filled, and build the building, and develop the image of the country to other nations. But still, we are struggling to develop the tourism. Wonderful country. I am happily invite my residents, in particular, Professor, they have a very good opportunity to visit there. Once you visit to Sri Lanka, effort of reply, 10,000 rupees is enough to enjoy this country. Right? Most of the tourists, more than 50% of the tourists from India to Sri Lanka. Easily you can understand their language pattern, speaking pattern, their tradition, their hospitality and everything. Right? Their food custom similar to Kerala. Right, morning that particular professor given me the, we call it the modem. I don't know what terminology you are using. Right, you are preparing the rice. Right, authentic indigenous food you are giving to me. At the early morning, the professor arranged a wonderful breakfast with appam. We call it appam. I don't know what we call it, appam. First time in my life, we are eating this appam with this sugar. We add some sugar and enjoy it. But here, the first time, I consume this is a egg curry. I will convey this message to my partner. Right, first time. At the same time, we are enjoying this idiyappam, this rice and soji and everything, just similar to the Kerala. I don't know when we are divided separately. We need to search, we need more research and we need to do to identify the connection between these two countries. Now I come to the point directly, my dear students. Again, please think in your mind why they are spending a lot of money with the government tax money, people tax money, because to create you are an entrepreneur. You need to be your creator, not your seekers. So we have a very good opportunity in front of us. You need to identify this is my opportunity, capture and start your business. Whatever the business you can start without illegal. Legally you can start it. Now you look, this is the diagram. Once I got a message from respected professor, I collect some rural tourism destination, right, an ideology to explore some idea to put it in your mind to invite you to Sri Lanka. Right. So these are the real birds. Yes, time to time you can observe in Sri Lanka like these birds. Basically this bird from not Sri Lankan birds. This bird coming from all the way from Australia and New Zealand to enjoy our country without passport. Without passport and visa, no more restriction to the animals to enter, free birds. Right? Because purposefully our people put barriers to the human. Barriers to the human. This is a borderless bird. All borders are the imagination life. Borders are imagination life. No more borders. Right now we are living in a globalized world. Simply you can come to Sri Lanka to work. You can start a business in Sri Lanka. But you need an idea. You have a very good idea. You can enter anywhere to do your business. There is no more limit. We are only limitation, line, borders within our mind. People mind very close. We need to develop people mindset more and more. Be an open minded, open attitude people. So my dear students, so this is the one ideology, please. Next one by one. So look here. Again, the value of this slides. Yes, please. Right, look. tourism, in particular the rural tourism, Sri Lanka is blessed with a natural beauty, vibrant cultures, and long-standing tradition and hospitality. Right? So it is a very wonderful natural beauty country. Right? Everywhere you can look trees. 70% green country. Right? Even in my home, you entered, everywhere is. I have a wife always fight me and my wife because he always cleaning. The ladies are cleaning, no? So all the leaves are here and there. She argued with me. That I said, don't cut this leaf, must cut me. Right? So like everywhere you can see the leaves. Even in the roadside, you can observe these cleaning environment, my dear students. So now, rural tourism in Sri Lanka, people do the form of tourism that focus on rural countryside of island, offering visitors in the authentic and cultural environment. They are offering very good environment to tourists. Next one. So, wait, you look at one, the diagram, previous one. So now this is one of the harbour. They build a harbour. Right, it's not a natural harbour, artificially they build this harbour. Natural harbour, they have a big woman. Right, but this harbour, they allow the people to catch the fish and the same area they can market to the local people. Local people, they be a sellers, anyone can come and buy these fish and they can cook it outside. Even you can observe in Kerala also the similar type people, you can buy the fish and you can cook. You can arrange a cook, or otherwise you yourself you can be a cook to this one. So next please. So my dear students, again, however for a long, tourism has been focused on primarily in the urban area, popular coastal destination. Right, but about the natural heart of Sri Lankan tourism, basically by investing in rural tourism, we can tap into the unexplored reservoirs, the cultural heritage, scenic beauty, and the community movement, and not only enhance the tourism experience, but also empower local communities. Our ideology, how is tourism empower the people? Please, anyone tell me, the students are, what do you understand by empowerment? Then you recall and tell me how the tourism empower the students or the local community. Anyone? No marks. Only idea.
Enablement.
Sorry?
Enablement.
Enable the person to do. Right, okay. Any other ideology, please? Anyone? Strengthening something. Okay, very good answer both. So now let's say this thing. So development, to give the decision making power to the people, try to stand. Today now we are talking much about the women empowerment. Right? But in the words only people are talking about women empowerment. This type of programs definitely help the rural women to empower, earn. But money only gives them economic empowerment. Most of the time our people, they feel if you give the money to create a job opportunity, they are empowered. No. If you want to empower the people, you need to give them more and more training opportunity, decision making power, social empowerment, cultural empowerment, legal empowerment, political empowerment. Altogether, these all 6 types of empowerment only create real empowerment to the people. Right? Many NGO entered the countries after tsunami or war entered, they are given economic empowerment. Finally, that no empowerment. Because husband is not allow the women to come outside to do the work. His children not allow the ladies to come to work in outside. Even now there are a lot of restrictions to the ladies. Even students, once they complete the degree, they are not ready to work this tourism sector. But in many countries, people have come out without damaging their real cultural identity. Right? We don't need to damage ourselves, but without damaging, we can work, we can empower ourselves. So my dear students, these are some of the potential tourism, right, in the country. Right now you look, by investing in rural tourism, we can tap into the, sorry, I told you earlier. Now this is one of the girls, right, one of the girls in the roadside in Sri Lanka, in the rural area, right, simply you can observe, right, we can mark what we call king of. King Kong is very famous in Sri Lanka, even in Kerala it's very famous, isn't it? Right, so the people from abroad, in particular the Western people, they like to consume this king coconut rather than consuming this, what we call different type of juice we consume. It is a harm to the body. That's so now they are like, so most of the time, the ladies now they are involved, they are earning money, but they need little bit English knowledge or other knowledge. Sometimes we feel to generate rural tourism ideology with a business idea, we need English. No. All white people are not English speaking. Only British and that continent, American and Australian, our Canadian continent people only English can speak English. Right in the Switzerland, Switzerland, Germany, France, Italian people, even they can speak this English. They need to learn to speak English. So language is not a barrier to start a business. But however, it is important to attract the customers, the rural customers. So then, right, my dear students, here these are some of the areas, right, the popular tourism destination in Sri Lanka. It is very popular destination in Sri Lanka. You look here, this diagram taken from your area. This is the area Kaputala. We call it the Kaputala. This area is photograph taken from the Kaputala. It is very famous for the cooler climate. Cooler climate area. This Kaputala is a tea estate. A lot of tea estates there. Indian Tamil people are working. Almost everywhere, more than 5 lakhs people are working in the upcountry area, in the Kaputala area. So many tourists visited there to enjoy this climate, the rural area. Right, for example, I am one of the team member. We develop Eastern Tourism mapping. Eastern Tourism mapping. We submitted that particular project to the Eastern Tourism Ministry. Right, we collected a lot of information with the Kalady Department of Tourism and USAID funded projects. Right, finally we submitted project and we suggest, right, based on our research finding, we suggest to the ministry rather than building a 5-star hotel, 3-star, 4-star hotel, right, you build homestay system, the rural area. Homestay system, double side benefit. One, government also attract the tourists from abroad. Also the local community also can benefit. Right, we will come back and understand what are the drawbacks from there. But however, homestay is the best system, right, to the tourism. So then, LA is one of the potential places in Sri Lanka. It's a very good scenic views and tea plantation and the different type of boats, right, is there. A lot of water boats. You can observe different type of water boats. Big and short and small, like different type of water boats. Basically, almost all this LA area, that every house they have a separate homestay system to develop rural tourism in Sri Lanka. This is my dear students. The candy, you know where is the candy? Right, candy is a very famous. Candy is during British time. Candy is the capital city. Right, so that capital city Candy, you can observe what of traditional foods and traditional Canadian dance. Right, every home, rural people, they are like to do this type of dance, and they earn some money for their livelihood purpose. So, like my dear students, again the Sigiriya, you heard of the Sigiriya is there. Sigiriya is one of the world heritage. In Anuradhapura and Payyanur, the ancient time, many kings entered to Sri Lanka, particularly in our Raja Sola and Sera, Sola, Pandya king. They ruled you can observe, you know, I am not touched with this big hotel, star hotel, their business style, food custom and all. Just like thing, like as a Kerala, our beach, how we can develop this type of system. Compared with Sri Lanka, I think Kerala is more famous for this rural tourism. I think, I don't know, maybe. Right, so then, next one. So my dear students, to understanding the rural tourism in Sri Lankan context, what right, the one is experiencing local culture. Experiencing local culture. Similar, our Kerala dance, tagging Kenyan dance, so little bit similar. You can observe it. Otherwise, you after my presentation, you go and Google it and get it. Like in Kuttikkanam, there's a temple in Kuttikkanam, very famous temple. Right, they call it Payannur. With a lot of elements, they are coming with the dancing. To enjoy this climate and tradition, the particular time, lot of tourists arrive to the Sri Lanka. Right? So next, my dear students, traditional villages. Right, traditional villages. There are a lot of traditional villages in Sri Lanka. But compared with India, is Sri Lanka very less. But still, there are some traditional villages. You can go and enjoy their traditional foods. They can hunt something and they give you. But now the government put a lot of restriction on it to under the purpose. But still, you can find something. If you have a very good close connection with these people, they will give you. They will give you. That you can enjoy that food side. So then, my dear students, look at handicraft, you know, where I don't need to explain that one also. Then agricultural tourism. Agricultural tourism is very famous. Right, agricultural tourism. In particular, Sri Lanka very famous for the tea. World famous tea. You can get in Sri Lanka, world famous tea. Second, rubber. And coconut. So, every house they have coconut. So, but every house they don't have this tea. Tea only the upcoming, the full rubber and tea are full. But unfortunately, the past government sold most of the tea plantations states to the other people. Right, other people. Now they convert this as a tourism-based thing. But tourism also is very because past government, the Maliankara government, they developed tourism hub of Sri Lanka, right? But unfortunately they failed to put because they, without the unviable ideology, they built a very big hotel rather than developing smaller for the 5-star hotel. So 5-star hotel for per night, we won't stay there, we need to spend minimum Indian money 25,000. With the 25,000 we can manage. So at the same time they built a very big airport. There are no any places. They built other towers, big towers, world towers like no one is there. So recently one girl jumped and suicide. Only that purpose, only they are using, they are wastage the investment. Wastage of investment. So my dear students, many things we can say, but I am not deviate from this ideology. But the tourism is the ideal for them. Then my dear students, you can farm stays. There's a farm in the forest area or in the agricultural places. We can book that farm. We can be there at 1 night or 2 nights. We can collect fire game or something. We can do it and enjoy it. Most of the foreigners, they enter the country, they enjoy this activity. Not Sri Lanka. I always say Sri Lanka is paradise, not for Sri Lanka. Paradise for the country for the Western people. Western people enjoy. Because we are the Indian continent people, including Sri Lanka, most of the time we earn money for the future generation. We buy gold, we save the money for the future generation. But the Western people, they earn money to enjoy. They enjoy a lot. We have money, but in the bank or in the gold, sometimes we are struggle to eat. So we are not enjoying our nature, the country and our sacrifice. So they are enjoying that. So my dear students, in organic and sustainable farming, so So these are the some ideas. Look here, my dear students. Anyone please? Do you know anyone? What is this? This is from Sri Lanka. This is from Sri Lanka. This mountain, like mountain in Sri Lanka, in the Hatton. Anyone please? If I say it's very hard to touch you, that we call this the mountain with the Ghost Shiva footage is there. There's a footage in the top. Right. And Muslim people they believe is the Adam speech. Singular people believe is the road Buddha speech. All three communities they are camping in the season, thousands of people moving towards the top. The connecting two districts. One is Hatton, other one is Ernakulam. Two districts. So this is the way you need to and enjoy the nature and come and with some satisfaction. Okay, so next. So again, my dear students, look it here. Then nature and adventure, like so under this category, like you can identify many scenic landscape. Like one side, I think in a Kerala, Munnar, and the top of the same ideology you can observe it. I don't need to explain it. The similar situation. Then bird watching, like some schools and many places, the natural paths there. Only one or two try the path belong to the government or something. All those other paths very natural, very natural. Simply you can observe thousands of animals, what we call elephants in a particular place. Thousands of animals. Sometimes you feel is that lion, sorry, elephant, so how? So then you say, oh, this much. The deer, you can observe. Millions of peacocks. Mind is, the past government, Ranil Wickremesinghe as the president, he decided to market his all the monkeys and peacocks to other countries because that's much. Again, the people are against. They are restrictions for everything. No. I personally support it because this disturbs lot to the farmers. Eat lot. Thousands of monkeys. Like the monkey, there's a small YouTube channel. They pick up these all the monkey stories and peacock stories. They put it in the their line. We call this online. Monkey stories. Right? So again, my dear students, this homestay and local things, that homestay system is there, we already discussed. Right? And tourists can try to find their cycling with a lower cost. There are the places, right? They can cycling around the country. Sometimes they spend days, months, right, to enjoy all the places with lesser cost. They have a small baggage in the bike side. They are taking the bike and riding the bike and stop the bike and enjoy this one. And in other places they enjoy it. They enjoy it, really they enjoy it. Right? So then next one please, my dear. Right. Again the community-based tourism. Right, the community-based tourism also the same tourism. That based on that particular community. Right, earlier they mentioned very correctly regarding some particular communities, that particular community-based tourism, they developed. Still they are thinking how we can develop this community-based tourism to support to rural people to empower the particular community. Because some jobs belong to the particular community, even now. So now they are motivating the particular people to do it. You see. So now empowering, why they are doing this community-based tourism? One is empowering local communities. Right, basically this type of tourism offering, focusing on ensuring that benefit of tourism directly reach the local communities, empowering them economically and socially. Economically and socially, basically, not other legal side or political side, these two sides, they are offering. Certain type of tourism, community projects and participation in local. Right, community project and participation. As an academic, we can do that. We are collaborate with the government or any other institution, funding agencies. we can develop community project based on the tourism. We can identify. Very recently, one of the professor from VIT he called me from the particular institution. Sir, we have an idea to develop one project based on the Nuvalia tea plantation community people. We will do to support the local people and other communities. Like we can do community project participation. The development project like building school, engaging in conservation efforts and supporting local enterprises throughout these are some ideology. Next one, my students, eco-tourism in wildlife. Right? Even you can identify visiting eco-friendly resorts within the forest. There are lots of eco-friendly resorts there. Without disturbing nature, they build the resorts. They have a elephant fence. Right, at the same time, these eco-friendly resorts, they have a safaris. They are into safaris, morning safaris. Right, you can hire the safaris, you can enjoy. But they give you a guide. They have a tourist guide. You can enjoy this eco-friendly environment. Right, and eco-tourism and wildlife. The wildlife is very common in Sri Lanka. And wildlife safaris. Wildlife. That is very safari. You can go and you can take a picture. But only restriction, they give you the instruction, don't get down the area. Because sometimes angry. So next. So how we can create a strategies to empower the rural communities through the tourism. This is what our real idea that we need to encourage the rural people to empower them to the community. We have very good beaches because the island very clean beaches they have in Sri Lanka. Very clean beaches. Now how our director mentioned, Sri Lanka also very clean. Very clean. So you can put any garbages here and there. If you find, they will punish you. That 2-3 months back, the police, the PHA, public health officer, and one person knocked my door. Just come. They put the small green card. That is it okay? Or check it in front of my home. There was an empty land. There are a lot of garbages there. They asked me, sir, this land belongs to whom? I told it was someone. No, we will give you punishment to you. Why? Because of the influence of whom? I give the particular person number to him, call him and tell him to clean. So the cleaning environment is more important. But that's one of the challenges for the rural tourism we will discuss later on. So then my tourism, the involvement of local communities in decision making. What are the strategies we can do? Involvement of local communities for the decision making. Why we need to get their support? Anyone please?
Because they are the ones that are implementing those strategies.
Sorry?
Those persons are the ones that are implementing the strategies.
Strategy to implement strategies practically we need. Then this is similar to Kerala. You connect all the ideas together. Yes, please. Why you need to connect with local people? Why we take involvement?
Strategy may fail.
Otherwise, that is fail because no
pointed out buying the cheapest. Imported image instance.
Very good. Why? Because rural people are not like to promote this type of tourism in the area because they are afraid their culture will damage. These people are involved. Sometimes they do some activities. Therefore, the rural people always like to be rural people. They don't like to promote it. Therefore, we need to give them, educate them. No, don't worry. This is for you. You will be a part of it. So, we need to take the idea before we develop this tourism. Then training capacity building program for the locals. Normally what we do, we are giving training and capacity building to the students. Now it is there. But we need to take this idea, old idea, and start this program in the beaches for all the people see. We need to express all our idea in their local language. That compare this, that's what more probable maybe. And we need to educate them. That's change people mindset. Next one, support local businesses and marketing, like and financial skill and some skill. We need to skill development. In particular, the market. Right? We need to train them how we can. So how we can market your area product. These people are seated by the top business people. In my area, I know one of the village person, they are buying these mangoes. This is the mango season in Sri Lanka. Full of bags, full of bucket mangoes. They are asking the mango piece, okay, how much you want? They said 5,000. No, I will give you 2,000. These poor people without knowing anything, sir, please, 2,500. Okay, they give the 2,500. They are not counting the mangoes. They are entire mango piece. They already sorted out for 2,500. They are packing everything and put it in buckets. They are put in a lorry. Right now, full of lorry, 2 mango trees full of lorry. They are marketing this full of lorry mangoes in the supermarket per kilo is 5,500. Or they are convert this as a juice. Or they are value it in a jam. They are remarket the same person buy this mango juice for the morning break purpose. Right. So these people are seated by someone. They're similar for the fishermen. So therefore we need to educate them, like how you can market your product, how you can finding the skill development. So we need to give this for something. Again, my dear students, sustainable tourism practices like eco-friendly. Right, we need to teach them the eco-friendly lodges, right, and wastage management. Recently, I visited to Ambaha district, who is one of the Singapore man, with my MBA students in Sri Lanka to learning PhDO, MBO, ECO, very difficult. Very difficult. You can believe it, right? So he built a house, like a big house. Only his room, inside his room, he built that particular house with a big tree. Without hut that particular tree, he built a house. With wonderful tree, marvelous tree, inside the house. And he put some benches outside, he landscape and everything, and the night time for their liquor or something, they are enjoying that particular place inside the house. The tree is inside the house. So eco-friendly, just we can, this is for a house, but in a hotel also we can do it. They build small hut on the branches, they can climb and they can stay. And that, so the foreign people are like to influence this type of atmosphere. So again, my dear, look here, then visual. You can put some photographs and video clips, everything to aware the people, like so this Venn diagram and all, we can do it like. So then okay. So now government, as a government, and institutional support for the tourism. It's the responsibility of the government or state ministry try to develop the tourism, because individual people, they have a limit. We have a limit. We have a limited capacity to do it. We can do only the grants. So they are the real people to support. Right? They need to do it without talking. They must come to work. So now the policies, government policies supporting rural tourism is very nice. Therefore, even in Thevara, that is the responsibility. Again, they need to give them a grants, subsidies, and training programs for the local entrepreneurs. Right? The other is entrepreneurs, right? Next, the partnership between the government and NGO and local communities. The government need to initiate some partnership. There are some NGOs and also communities. So we call it a PPP approach. Right? Communities. Then, importance of coordinated natural strategy necessary. Important, it should be a link with the national strategy. We need to align with national strategy. Because national they have a strategy, rural development strategy. Without violating that particular strategy, we need to coordinate our local communities to develop support to them. Then again we need to do some stakeholders meetings, stakeholders analysis and everything. We invite everyone like today we invited these people. That we are stakeholders. We are stakeholders. All these tourism people from one institution, you call the first people are some other institution, you call one academic from institution. So we discuss. Why? Because for the sustain. Otherwise it's not a sustain. Just we talk and live. So if it is sustained, we need to get support from others. Bottom to top. Bottom to top. So then, sorry, this is again, you look this one. Again you look this one. This is you can simply observe this type of fish from southern sea. What is ceremony? What type of fish? Very rare. You can observe this in Sri Lanka. Blue whale. Blue whale. To see this blue whale, like the particular people are, you can observe it in Sri Lanka. Southern part of Sri Lanka. Not east, we are from eastern part of Sri Lanka. Right? Southern part of Sri Lanka. Next. So now you look here. This is the real tea plant. But they are in the parliament. Now they are doing something for that particular community, but still they are working, struggling a lot in the TS. The real TS. So, one good beauty places you can observe in Nuva area, cool place. Right. Next, sustainability tourism. How sustainability practice can benefit the environment and the community. The both sustainable practice should be environment friendly, eco friendly, and also community empowered program. Both. Then example eco friendly practices, organic farming, like solar energy, like green environment or something, you can observe that. So then encouraging tourists to be a responsible visitors. Our places, like how these places are becoming dirty because of the tourists. They are not responsible tourists. They buy the bottle, drink, throw out. They buy the coffee, eat, and throw out. So whatever they do, right, now we need to inform them to come. Now travel in the place, one destination to other destination in the bus, you keep the box inside the bus. Whatever you conceive, you put it in the box. Not throw out. Everyone, even school buses, we can keep it. We can inform our students, please, don't throw out outside, keep it in the box. That once you come to university or even outside, they have a labor or someone, they can remove it in a proper place. And now what we do, everywhere we throw out is for responsible business. Responsible business. In Sri Lanka, very bad situation. I observed 2-3 months back. Some of the tourists came to Arugombe. Arugombe is very big. World's very big place is there near my home, maybe 22 kilometers away from my home. Right, there's a clash between the tourists and the local communities. Local communities don't encourage the tourists. They don't like. They hire all the fishing boat and put it in the tourist area. They have a conflict between. So then they throw out all the bottles. Everything is very dirty. The people from tourists from abroad, particular white people, they collecting all the boxes with the bags. The old seaside, they are collecting the waste and put it and burn for something. That's our responsibility. But some schools they did. So really, we need to educate them, give them idea. This is your responsibility to keep and maintain not only this wastage, ethical behavior also. Why these local people are against to this tourism? Because of some of the ethical behaviors are missed. Like I went through an article, they are written, some professors based on the tourism, each tourism in Negombi area. So they found and they identified they are misusing the site. Some of the tourists, they are purposely come to the country to misusing the site amusement. So then the government appointed some police people or someone to identify this type of things. It's bad. So this type of things are harm. Therefore, local communities are against to us. So then, my dear students, again we need to put some visual photos. What you want to do? Right. So you can also don't go keep quiet. Like some slogans we need to put it. Again, building partnership for rural tourism, collaboration between the local business, government and education institution, role of international partnership and tourism networks. International partnership and tourism network, there are some organizations in the world to develop tourism, world tourism organization also there. So we can approach them, we can get support from them, we can write a proposal and get money to develop. Outcome-based research, outcome-based things we can do. Then collaboration with the local business people. Right now we have idea to initiate something, but that particular area already there are some local business people. We can approach them, we can talk with them, guide with them. Then we can engage some local tourism. So then government educational institutions, that's our response. These are our educational institutions, but we are doing it. So see with that we can start some ideology and strategy. Next please. Again the same, empowering local community, how they are empowered, one, job creation and income generation. That's our real ideology, income generation and job creation. Through every job creation we can expect income generation. That is different. So then encouraging local entrepreneurs, try to start homestay, local guide, craft shop, like we can engage. Right, mentally we can run down in Kerala, you can familiar with this, experiencing this household system. Right, household system. It's okay. Then engaging community pride and cultural preservation, right? Then empowerment of women and basically empowerment of women and other communities, underprivileged communities to engage to do some work. Like I mentioned, underprivileged communities or others. Like so people feel underprivileged, we can raise them, give them some opportunities to involve. Sometimes they will become more famous than us because they are expecting government. Or we are expecting IT jobs. We are expecting Google jobs. But if we are bringing them, sometimes they are sustaining a little bit. Then capacity building to the local entrepreneurs and business people. We need to build the capacity building training program because all the business people, they don't have that much of business idea. Like they enter the business without proper idea. Right? So we need to give them how marketing idea, business idea, financial idea, right? Many things we can give them to develop themselves. Next. So now the rural tourism idea is transforming because it's allow local communities to become active participation in the tourism trade. Right? Now look here, why? Because of economic upliftment. One, I don't explain if the time concern. Preservation of the culture and heritage, environment sustainability, and social empowerment. These are some of the reasons I will come back to other reasons because we need to empower. This is a very beautiful park in Sree Sankara. Right? We call it Kattari Park. I think maybe nearly 100 acres. We have a park. Right? You can enjoy it. Next, please. Right now, you can look this land, how this land enjoy this development, right? This is naturally this path, this natural path within the forest, right? This land called the land called elephant, so enjoying. Again, what is the successful rural tourism model? There are some successful tourism model help us, right, to get some experience. In particular, Bhutan, right, it is known for its high value of low impact tourism model. Basically, the Bhutan focus on sustainable tourism. Now we are talking about sustainable tourism, lined up with the well-being of the people and environment. Basic idea of the Bhutan tourism, well-being of the people and environment, that's sustainable. At the same time, here I collect some information in almost India, Kerala, homestay is sustainable. Comparatively, right? Comparatively, India, Kerala, eco-friendly homestay offer immense cultural experience while providing income to the rural families in particular areas. Then in Sri Lanka, basically the wild post eco hotel are very much. This is sustainable, not other. Compared to the big hotel, they need time to get their return. They spend million of dollars. They need time. Right? But this type of people that don't they learn and sustain in their business. So next, again, the Sri Lankan experience, I want to discuss that. Please. So my dear students, again I come back. Right, the challenges and solutions for the development of rural tourism. What are the key challenges we are facing in Sri Lanka to develop the rural tourism? While rural tourism has a tremendous potential, there are several challenges also there. One, infrastructure. That there are no any proper infrastructure in the rural area. Only those who, whatever the bank or post office, even the net connection available in the cities. Right? And what that road is needed. So that is the lacking part, one of the challenge. Like even then training and skill development. Many community members may lack the skill needed to manage tourism related activities effectively. What are the tourism related activities? Many. From the tourist guide to their food, everything should be we need to maintain. They have that much of time. We need right food, right quality food, healthy food, or whatever it is, it should be expected here to standards. Right, for instance, now we are not ready to give bad things to our children. We feel this harm, we are ready to buy. Therefore, make sure this is not harm to our body and mind or whatever, then we can buy it. So we need the training for them. Then balancing commercialization and authority. So these are some commercialization risks. Compromising cultural authority and environmental integrity is one of the challenges. In India. At the same time, limited thing already discussed the network. Then seasonally and dependency on international tours. Other problem. International tourism we can't expect all the local tourism we can expect big ones. In fact, the international tourism they are planned a schedule. They are a tight schedule. In Sri Lanka in particular, June to August or September up to that period. So we need to make some alternative arrangement to address it. Right? So then maintaining cultural integrity right in the area. Then competition from well-established tourist areas. These are other things. Well-established tourist area also one of the key challenges for the tourism field. Okay, next. Then my listeners, again we need to do what we need to do. We need to do the policy support, policy should implement access of the finance, getting the money, they will get it. In India, it's a bit okay compared with because you have a currency. With the phone, you can pay the digital mode. In Sri Lanka, still we are struggling to develop. So we need to keep the money in the pocket. So we need to save every day and we will tax this pocket. Because some people are. Therefore, there's a challenge. Then marketing and promotions, B2B, and public-private partnership, PPP, already discussed, but there's also important. This is also one of the tea plantation sector in the budget. Next one. I will take 10 minutes or 15 minutes. So these are the safaris I told you earlier. Many safaris you can observe in the forest area. This type of elephants that they are in the safari, and also they have a safari way. Safari way. So future rural tourism in Sri Lanka in future because we like making anything rural tourism basically eco-tourism, building eco-tourism, cultural tourism also we can develop. Vision for the future tourism in Sri Lanka, we need to create right vision for the rural tourism in Sri Lanka. Still we haven't that much of a right path to develop rural tourism. We need to align with all the rural tourism to support. Then how community can contribute to benefit and growth, and how this rural tourism helps the local people, right, to develop rural tourism or something. So finally, right, the local we have a lot of temple and festivals, so we can attract customers, tourists for the cultural and the temple tourism. This is one of the wonderful temples. It is in Jaffna. Almost I touched all the part of Sri Lanka, not touched northern part. But in the northern part of Sri Lanka, we have wonderful temple. If you visit this temple, you can simply feel a little bit different. But the speciality is here, the temple, the Mughal temple, that is 5 times puja on time. They never change the time for anyone. Even president enter, they never change. Then only 1 rupees, go there, puja ticket. If you want to give the 1,000 rupees, they can't buy money. They will give you 1,000 rupees. Right? But you give the 1,000 tickets to the temple, that's not a problem. If you give the money, 1 rupee, give the 1,000 rupees, 1,000 tickets they will give. Right? They can't buy a single rupees from their hand. The temple. If you give the money, they will give you something like that. No, you can't give it. So there are some features in the temple in there. So this is my conclusion part. In closing, the development of rural tourism in Sri Lanka is just economic opportunity. Please, it is a path towards preserving our culture. It is important, empowering our people and fostering sustainable development, right, and imagining a future where each village in our country become a beacon of Sri Lankan heritage, where local farmers and families welcome tourists with open arms, show them a unique camp of rural tourism in Sri Lanka. Thank you so much for everyone for listening this idea. Once again, I invite everyone come to the Sri Lanka. Please collect my number from sir. Please call me. If I am available, I will guide you. Otherwise, I will ask someone to guide you to enjoy the nature and the country. Thank you so much. Once again.
Sir, you will discuss about Ravana, Vibhishana, and all that. People know that.
Yeah, that part is some Ravana, Vibhishana, and all the things are controversial.
Great destinations for India.
Yes, in rural area, there's a temple, Sita temple. Sita area, we call it the Sita area. And there's a rock, I told you, the area I told, near the area, there's a rock, we call it the Ravana rock. Ravana rock is there. I also need to learn much about that part. Right?
Thank you for the presentation. Now I understand a lot of opportunities.
Yes.
You are also at some excellent stage. Yes. You need a lot of empowerment technology. We will talk with definitely can help you now.
In particular, students, do you have anything to ask, please? That side.
Session is now open for interactions. If anyone has questions, will pass the mic.
Please don't ask questions to me. You can explore your idea also, gain some idea from you, your side. That's important.
If I may raise a question.
Yes, yes.
I understand that the climate, the tourism climate in Sri Lanka is pretty similar to what we have in Kenya. It's the key topic. It's one of the highlights. We've got similar geographies, similar terrains, similar jungles or the ecosystem. It's pretty similar. One-to-one matching with it. So one aspect I'm worried about India is that we call discipline. Nobody likes the term discipline. Whereas during my previous history, I observed that the citizens of Sri Lanka are extremely disciplined. I mean, if there's a pavement to walk on, they take the pavement. The zebra line to cross, they take the zebra. They don't throw litter, which you also highlighted. So this kind of discipline is very, very important. Honking. Even everybody is trained to honk. You don't know why they honk the way they when be human, be animals, they get frustrated by this, when they get alarmed, when they get frightened by the honking. There were incidents in Kerala when the people go into the jungle and then they honk the still honks, and the animals go up. So discipline is a key aspect, I think, very. It's one of the key aspects that we make tourism successful.
Yeah, actually, that is our really not a government mistake or the people mistake. It is our family mistake. I think so. From our family, we need to start. Right, from our family, we need to educate our kids. Right, how to behave in the outside. At the same time, from the family next to the schools. The school first, before they teach the subject, they need to teach this type of things to the students. Right, at the same time, school they need to keep the things right visualize to the other students. Students need to buy little learning, right? Because nothing is impossible. Everything is possible. So we need to change the mindset of the people and the students. Very first students, because the future generation definitely they will be more obedient, more disciplined. Because the future generation learn a lot than us. Now, if I talk my son, he guides me a lot. Like he tells me, Papa, you are wrong. Because he learned a lot than us. Right? Our ideology, more and more we are thinking in tradition. So their idea is more forward. Therefore, we need to guide them. We are the guides. They are the controllers. Right? If we control, definitely we need to take some action to guide them. Right? So, mentoring. Yes, okay. Thanks so much. Right.
Any other questions? You can also express your views on the session.
The idea to come to Sri Lanka. So before this, I will take this opportunity once again to express my sincere thanks to Professor. Really, I am proud because he is the one who motivated me many times. Then I never replied because of some commitment or something. Thanks so much, Professor. And also, I thank Professor Rahul and Professor, his father, the wonderful personalities. Last night I met them at the airport. Really, thank you so much. Very kind people. Nobody people are very kind. That everyone is a kind. That no one is a harm. Even animal also not harm. That is dependent on us. So please, thank you so much, my dear students. Take care. God bless you.
Thank you for the wonderful session, sir. We would like to give a round of appreciation as from all our parts. invite the respective head of the department, Sree Sankara, to hand over the appreciation to Dr. S. Gunabalan, sir.
Yes, it's a wonderful thing. Rather than giving these mementos, I have thousands. I can give it to my wife. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The afternoon plenary session will be starting at 1:45 sharp. And I request the participants to have the opens for the counter outside. And the lunch break, after lunch break, we'll meet back in 1:45. Thank you. We are starting the afternoon session of the first day of ICSSR sponsored International Seminar on Integrating Indigenous Knowledge Systems in Sustainable Tourism, Enhancing Livelihoods and Rural Development. The afternoon session will be starting with the plenary session. So the duty interested with me on this occasion is to welcome the speakers and the moderator. Let me tell you a few words about the speakers. First of all, Dr. CBPS. Dr. CBPS is an associate professor in the Department of Tourism Studies at Pondicherry University, where she also serves as the Deputy Dean of Students' Welfare. She earned a PhD in Tourism Studies from Pondicherry University, MPhil, a Master's degree in Tourism Management from Inclusive Tourism, Special Interest Tourism. She has over 20 papers published in leading international journals indexed in Scopus and Web of Science, such as the Journal of Ecotourism and Tourism Recreation Research, and she is also a reviewer of many Indian and international journals. Welcome to the session. The next speaker is Dr. Binoji. He is an associate professor and HOD at Central University of Kerala, Peria, Kasaragod. He has 23 years of teaching experience with 4 PhDs awarded under guidance and 3 PhDs are ongoing. He has been a part of several minor and major research projects and has organized and been the key resource person and delegate to a number of seminars and conferences related to ecotourism, heritage tourism, and sustainable tourism development. He has authored a number of books and study materials regarding principles and practices of tourism, tourism management, hospitality management, tourism planning, development and marketing, etc. With over 40 research publications and 2 book chapters to his credit, he has also contributed to the e-content development for e-Pathshala program of MHRD. He has been decorated with being the chairman and member to the Board of Examinations and Board of Studies for several universities across South India. Welcome, sir. The third speaker, Dr. Harikrishnan P.K. He is an assistant professor in the Department of Tourism Studies, Kerala Institute of Tourism Travel Studies, or KITS, an institute established under the Department of Tourism, Government of Kerala, Trivandrum. 13 years of teaching experience in travel and tourism and 16 years of tourism industry experience in various capacities including CEO. He is an alumnus of Pondicherry University, Central University in Master of Tourism Administration and has a PhD in Tourism Management from University of Kerala as well as a Bachelor's in English Language and Literature from Kerala University. He has over 10 research papers published in various UGC Care and Scopus journals and has presented papers in various national and international conferences. He was actively involved in the first ecotourism project, the Thevara Tiger Trail, which won the National Award for Excellence in Tourism in 1999. He designed and operated Sir Paul McCartney, a Beatles film, Kerala Tour in 2002. He was also a regular participant in international tourism marts like World Travel Mart, WTM, ITB, Berlin, and SATIC. He has presented several papers in various international and national conferences as well as seminars and has visited several countries such as the United Kingdom, Germany, Kenya, Singapore, Thailand, Sri Lanka, Maldives, including the Middle East and Europe. We welcome you all, sir. And last but not the least, our moderator is Dr. Jacob Bose from the Department of Hospitality Management and Tourism, Marian College, Kuttikkanam. He has done his PhD in 2021 in Business Administration. He also holds an LLM and an MBA in Marketing. He has several publications, mainly in the area of e-commerce and informatics. And he has been a mixed experience in the industry as well as education. He is also a lifetime member of NIPM, which is the National Institute of Personal Management. So we warmly welcome you, sir. I hand over the mic to the moderator.
Good afternoon. I think before we start, I think we are already 15 minutes late. Before we start, I thought the first 5 or maybe up to an 8 minutes, I'll be spending time to probably introduce all of us into the topic. Then we have 3 eminent dignitaries on the dais. They will individually take, can come up with their argument on rural tourism and indigenous livelihood. And then after that, definitely we'll try to explore further, we'll try to find contradictions, we'll try to find if they can be linked together. Finally, with your inputs and doubts, we'll try to add more color into the picture that is emerging. And with that, we conclude by 4 o'clock, that's assumption. I think at least some of us may not be from the tourism field. For them, I told you, we'll just all of us, the 4 of us will bring you into the topic. The first terminology is rural tourism. Why people go to the rural areas? I think there are three things. The number one is nothing but space. People in the city, they're hardly limited in 1,500 square feet, 2,000 square feet, or even when they move, their movement is limited. Always, that as an animal, our proxemics or boundary is limited in a city. When you get more boundary, lion is always happy because 2 to 5 kilometers, bigger space. The second one is nothing but the environment which you get. I'm talking about the natural environment. Though it may not be tarred or paved kind of an environment, definitely when people see nature, they go back to their original form as human beings. That is number two. The third one is that in yesterday's discussion, that is nothing but culture. I hope many of you still remember that there is an old saying that culture originated from agriculture. Because back in the Stone Ages, when human beings started living together, we started depending on each other, we started living together for security, of course for food, because I produce wheat and he produce potato, I can exchange and we'll have it. You have cow, okay, and I have milk, we have clothing, we have security, we have fire, everything can be shared, so that that as a society started, gradually society started emerging. We created traditions, we created values, we created beliefs, we created clothing, we created norms, we created religions, gods and what else. We do not know. Okay, so today, the society, what we see today, is a mixture of all these things. Okay, we have mixture of traditions, beliefs, values, attitudes, and customs put together that determines and defines society. So, depending on where they are, maybe one angle is depending on the geographical area in which they are in, there can be indigenous systems that they developed on their own, from their own surroundings. Maybe because a particular vegetable was available, maybe because water was in plenty, maybe because it was a hill station. They created a kind of a lifestyle or livelihood that made them unique compared to the other parts of the world. And definitely people who haven't seen that, they have curiosity. Let me take you examples. Why people of Kumaragam, one of the unique thing was, I'm not saying is, pole sport, Kadmin. Kumaragam Kadmin was the best. Now we have, of course, 70% of the consumption in Kerala is fed by Andhra and of course Sri Lanka. Sri Lankan and Andhra pole sport is coming here. But the pole sport was of course not considered to be one of the main things. Kumaragam. There was a time, I remember, that back in 1988, that was the first time I visited Kumaragam. That was the time I passed SSLC. Okay, 10th standard. So, somebody said, are you coming to Kumaragam? We have Kakkakav over there. Kakkakav. Kalla Kappa Kadimi. So think about those things were the unique things that was because of the mating. That was one of the unique livelihood was, of course, tapping Todi. Pole sport, Kadmin was the second thing. And tapioca was of course being cultivated, otherwise that was also available. So in each region, let's again go to the hill stations like our place where our college is. The people in tea estates, the typical dress that they wear, the way they pluck tea leaves, maybe with a shear or maybe with their bare hands. That method is a product for somebody else. Maybe the way we pluck cardamom. Cardamom is not to be plucked entirely because we need to understand which is the right one, which is not the right one. That way when we do. So each region, wherever we go, whatever place we go, even maybe take again backwaters, even the way we plant rice, maybe we have our own way of planting fish, we have a musical rhythm, we sing a particular song. All these are coming, indigenous things that create tourism. Now our question is, why do we bring people to the rural areas? And can we ensure that their indigenous livelihood, their own, we have our own way of planting fish, we have to ensure that the can be, all these are coming, and if you are trying to enhance indigenous things that we need to challenge. Now our question is, why do we bring people to the opportunities we see, and can we ensure that their indigenous livelihood, their own type of livelihood, which is unique, infusions, can we ensure that people can create anything over a period of time, and if we are trying to enhance more tourist stuff, we have some kind of challenges, that their indigenous livelihood, what kind of opportunity area will become. Of course, we learn that over a period of time, people will adapt, people cultural adapt. So we do not know what is going to come. Infusions will come today. People go back this phobia just for a period of time, what this can one of us are trying to bring more construction happen before you. So we will definitely think about the rural tourism, why area will rural tourism, and what is the kind of indigenous land. We do not know what is going to come out of it. That is maybe because of the business phobia understood. That may be because of the concept of one of us are trying to bring. Because of that background, so we will definitely think about rural tourism, why we ask rural tourism, and what is the kind of indigenous people, indigenous people think that is maybe because of the basically we ask because of the concept of indigenous people, that is because of the original kind of real indigenous people. We ask you to be questionable, we discuss about indigenous people, so maybe there. All these we will try to bring to the topic, but our main process will be honest. If we ask about indigenous people, so we have an original because of indigenous people available, questionable, we have TGS. Okay, so let me welcome our dignitaries to that. Indigenous livelihood that is in a particular region because of their ethnicity, because of their culture, because of their topography, because of certain things are available, certain things are not available. Okay, so let me, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome our fortunately or unfortunately, please, all of us are academicians, and but we were also in the industry for some time. We hope definitely this gap between industry and academics won't happen here. Of course, you are also there. Your contributions are also. Fortunately or unfortunately, all will be like this. Each dignitary will be taking 30 minutes to present their analysis. We were also in this. Once that is done, we hope they are organized by saving industry and so on happen. You are also there. Once that is done, contributions are also. So the sequence we follow will be like this. Each dignitary will be taking 20 minutes each to present what they are and yesterday. I hope that once that is done, as a moderator, then in that case we'll start with the Dr. Sippy. Dr. Sippy PS will, once that is done, introduce us. We also theoretical aspect of this side. Then definitely move to Harissa. Harissa will try to link more with the localized or region. Then in that case we'll start with the Dr. Sippy. Dr. Sippy PS will go into introduce us to the theoretical sustainability area. Then definitely we will Harissa will try to interview more with regional localized or if there is a regional wise kind of tourism opportunity, of course the livelihood. Then Harissa will again go into taking you deeper into the sustainability area, wherein we will try to
very good afternoon to all the participants, my members, resource persons, the organizers of this international conference, those who came for paper presenters, scholars and students. Very good afternoon. Immense privilege for me to visit this institute and members. The birthplace of Sree Sankara, organizers of the International Conference, wisdom and spirituality. For me, coming to Kalady is very special. It is an immense privilege for me to visit. It's like for me, it's a legacy too. In the coming back to see my family members, actually my grandparents born, they were born and brought up and spirituality. So for me, my family coming to Kalady is very special because so I feel really bonded to this place. It's like for me, it's a legacy too. truly happy to see my family members, moreover, the theme of this conference is also close to my heart. So for me, my family roots are spread indigenously, so indigenous to the I feel really bonded with share some of when I got invitation and knowledge, truly happy to come to this institute. And moreover, actually in the theme of this very relevant is also today's context to my heart. Explore the indigenous knowledge system in the context of tourism, sustainable tourism. So I can especially share some of my enhancing the livelihood opportunity here with you and fostering rural development. Actually in this topic, first of all let me appreciate Department of explore the indigenous knowledge system in the context of and sustainable tourism. Dr. Rahul and the entire team enhance for getting this ICSSR project. Actually, it is very significant achievement for me. First of all, I appreciate Department of my appreciation to the department, good opportunity and Dr. Sujit, Dr. Rahul and the entire team for getting this ICSSR project. Actually, which is very significant achievement for researchers. I appreciate that. And my appreciation to the department. When we get opportunity time, when you always get a break time, travel may be the first thing which comes to your mind. So when I go to the can be other way of discussion also. Travel gives us break. All of us, okay, so travel is very important. All of us in our life. So the trip, when you complete the time, when you get a break, memories, travel may be the first thing which comes to your mind. The memories remains with you. Or it can be other way of unique experience, travel which you had in the destination. Okay, so travel is very important in the stories which you heard from the trip. When you complete the trip, sometimes we may also come across surprising memories remains with when you see the beautiful culture of the destination which you had. All these will remain with us, the people you met there about the trip. Then the stories which you heard from them. Today's trend, as you all sometimes we may also come across some surprising moments when you see the beauty. Now we are experiencing the destination. That is how the all of these will remain with us, rural tourism or sustainable tourism. So today's trend, as you all understood by now, it is experiential tourism. Earlier we used to go and visit destination. Now we are experiencing destination. That is how the importance of the rural tourism or sustainable tourism or responsible tourism comes. Now, rural experiences, rural areas are integral part of our modern tourism experiences. So when it comes to the term rurality, how rurality is connected with tourism, that connection already the previous speakers in their conversation have understood how rurality is connected with tourism. So it is the experiences which are linked with village-based activities. So rural tourism actually is a concept where people from urban area they go and visit rural places for different experiences which they never had in their places. It may be for them a slow pace, life in the village. What is village life is completely different from the city. So how they start their life, or it may be their lifestyle in the village, the experiences which is linked with village-based activities. When I tell you about the village-based activities, it's not necessarily you have to be part of every activity. I'm also from a rural area. I'm not very sure this region whether it is close to rural attribute or urban attribute. Rural or urban? More or in the middle? The semi-urban or semi-rural? You have to tell me. Semi-urbanized. So maybe these sites may not be available in your area. So let me tell you some of my experience. I am from Wayanad. Wayanad, compared to other places in Kerala, it is considered as a rural area. But people coming from other states, they are surprised what is rural here. For them, because it's all it depends on the destinations, place specific, because rurality of Kerala is completely different from rurality of Uttarakhand or Orissa. So in my place, whenever we go there, if I get an opportunity to wake up early, that is also now new generation. It's very difficult for you, especially waking up early in the morning, may be very difficult for you. But the people in village, they start their day very early. So if you go to a rural place, if you wake up early, so there are some scenes which are very common. That also depends on the place you visit. In my place, the most common sight would be all the people will be moving with their milk, which they collected from their house, to the nearest milk booth. That's the first sight we see. So there are many people going at a time, and there is a common booth where they go and give they will be collecting that milk, and there will be other people, those who don't have cows at home, they come and buy the milk from them. That is the first place for socializing for them. They go, while going they go together, there they spend 5 minutes, they speak together. Then from there they may go to gents usually they move to the next tea stall. For them tea is there at home, but going to the tea stall and having a conversation with people and having tea together is part of their life. And that is a different experience for people coming from urban area. They cannot find all these in their access, but just one example. See, similarly, some people may be going first to their paddy field or their plantation. My father was a farmer, so what his day starts with roaming around in our land for half an hour. From the house, he'll go just, it is like a slanting area. He'll go to the up. Then that gives them a lot of satisfaction, and they cherish being part of the farming activity. So these all are common sites, which also include visiting the paddy cultivation areas. People, they start their tea planting. If it's a tea plantation, they start their activity in the plantation early. If you go, people from rural area get an opportunity to experience all these. It's a very rare, very memorable experience for them. That's all connected with the rural aspects, connected with the rural attractions, products, rural culture, indigenous local traditions and customs. So about the rural concept. So any form of tourism that showcases the rural life, art, culture and heritage at rural location is mainly meant by rural tourism. It's not just limited with that. Thereby benefiting the local community economically and socially. So there comes the importance of tourism. So through all this giving experience, local community should get benefit economically and socially, and this creates interaction between tourist and local community. So UNWT also given concept, the same kind of idea about rural tourism, that it is related to wide range of products generally linked to nature-based activities, agriculture, rural life and culture, and sightseeing. Now, rural tourism features which you discussed, it is all related to rural areas, located in the rural areas, just functionally, either functionally rural or rural in scale. Functionally rural means, as I told, a place where we get an open space. Space is very important when it comes to rural destination. We have enough space. That space, it is direct contact with nature, culture. It is built upon small scale enterprises. All are connected with functionally rural, the aspect of functionally rural. And it can be also rural in scale, maybe in terms of buildings and settlements, small settlements. That is another feature of the rural aspects, and which is very much traditional in character. That is why people go to the rural area, to experience that traditional features. And another important aspect, controlled by local people, locally controlled. Developed for a longer period with the intention of having all these aspects for a longer period of time, and definitely with an aspect of providing authentic experiences. So when we go to a village, what we get to see is the authentic culture, authentic experience. That is what we expect. Now, when we discuss about the themes of rural tourism, so we can move the slide. Themes of rural tourism. So as we discussed, rural tourism are connected with the local crafts and culture, folk performances that depends on the region. There may be different regions, maybe puppet shows in one place, or it may be folk music and dance in another place. Agriculture is one of the basic common thing in any rural area. Agriculture, some area they may be concentrating more on organic farming. That farming style, indigenous farming style, especially in some of the areas. I don't tell that everywhere it is indigenous style of farming is practiced in the rural area. That practical difficulties are there. Then spiritual and wellness is also connected with rurality now. So that spiritual ambience, nature itself gives an possibility of having a spiritual feeling, wellness feeling for people visiting, with along with yoga and meditation aspects also. It may be nature-based lake, wetlands, any other nature-based aspects. Rural sports. So many of the places there are many rural sports activities, which yet to be explored, yet to be tapped. Like in Splash, one of the festival in Payyanur, actually they promote mud football. So which usually children used to play before, but those things are not seen nowadays. So there you get an opportunity to play in mud like kids. Okay, so all these like crab. How many of you would have experienced that, catching crab? Yes, you know where crabs are available. You have seen only what is available in the market. So if you go to some places, you can go and people, tribal community will help you. They will show you how to catch crab, and you can collect them, and they will cook and give you. So it's all are small things, but very unique things in the rural aspect. All these are some themes of rural tourism. Again, rural tourism are mostly connected with the wildlife sanctuaries and national parks. In the early morning, chief guest actually he introduced about rural aspects, the connection of rural aspects and wildlife. Now, what you have to understand about rural tourism is completely place and people centered. It is connected with place and is also connected with people. These are the two main aspects of rural tourism. And if you ask me, I give more importance for people. For me, people really makes tourism. Then about indigenous aspects. So this is one of the area where still discussions are going on. Some controversy also. Like people have different opinions about who are indigenous people. Our moderator also told we get a chance, we need to discuss this also. According to the researchers, this term indigenous, it is used either as indigenous, somewhere it is used as aboriginal, natives. Actually people born there, or they are the natural resident of the place. In Asia, in different countries we use different terms. Thailand, for example, we use ethnic minorities. We call them as ethnic minorities. Bangladesh, they are called tribals. And Malaysia, they are known as natives. In India, officially we call them as scheduled tribes. And like this, they are named differently. And according to this concept, these are people with self-identification, those who are historical connectivity with the destination. They are closely linked with that particular territory, and they possess distinct socio-economic system and cultures.
and which are, these are the main basic aspects we have to understand when it comes to indigenous people. So here, let me tell you, like, people, those who live in Mumbai for years together, or people those who stay in Kalady for years together, whether they can be considered as indigenous. There's a question. So, according to all this literature, what I understand is people with a strong base in history, culture, and they have unique identity in the form of lifestyle, which are closely related with their culture and that nature, that territory. They are called natives, indigenous to that particular region, which is based on their association with history, culture, and identity. So, what is indigenous tourism then? Indigenous tourism is the tourism activity in which indigenous people are directly involved. They are directly involved. Their involvement can be either through control or having their culture served as the essence of the attraction, according to different definitions. But again, in the morning session, we give a focus more on giving them involvement in the decision making also. So, sir very clearly explained with an example how important is involvement of people in the decision making. They only can tell what is their requirement. So, indigenous tourism is involving indigenous community in different levels of the project and giving them opportunity. There can be the employers, there can be the entrepreneurs, and they are in the controlling position. Either their role in the administration or management, or their products are also associated with this tourism project. That is the idea of indigenous tourism. We'll understand clearly from this. It is connected with indigenous culture, values and tradition, owned and operated by indigenous people, based on indigenous land and cultural identity, controlled within the indigenous community, which is a combination of indigenous habitat, heritage, history and handicrafts. Typically, it is in small-scale business, which is owned and operated by tribal communities. It is focused on indigenous knowledge and of indigenous knowledge related to culture and nature, highly interactive and authentic. These are the indigenous experiences and products, which are mainly for the purpose of maintenance of cultural and social values, sharing indigenous knowledge. Indigenous knowledge also we had discussion in the previous panels. Indigenous, this tribal community, actually they have extensive knowledge about that place. So they have different stories to tell about flora and fauna. If it's about wildlife, they have different stories to tell us each and every trees. It may be related to some myths, it may be related to their life, it's part of their life. So that indigenous knowledge, they have rich knowledge in medicines, herbal medicines. When you travel with them, if it's a walk, forest walk, they will tell you these plants are for this purpose. It can be used for treating this particular treatment. So their indigenous knowledge, sharing their indigenous knowledge is the main part of indigenous relevance, and also mainly empowerment of indigenous people. So the popular areas of indigenous tourism include indigenous ecotourism, indigenous wildlife tourism. There is no time to explain all this, as I have given only 20 minutes time. And indigenous storytelling. Here to hear about their stories. That a lady who was fishing for the whole day, she may have different stories to tell you, which is not available from anybody else. So, indigenous storytelling, indigenous architecture, they have their own indigenous style of making their houses, indigenous sports, indigenous folk arts and festivals, cuisine, they use, they cook, their dishes are, they collect, different, so all these they collect, and that is one of the special dish. And crab, they cook crab, special preparation of chicken, and they use bamboo and bamboo rice, in their cooking style. So all these are, very
special for people visiting there. About practically how to get experience, like next speakers will be discussing about that. So we have an understanding, that's why I'm not going into that. When we discuss about indigenous livelihood, traditional, if you see the livelihood of people, even now, people are completely, mainly they depend on traditional occupations for their livelihood. So different communities, they are into different kind of business. There are Urani Kuruma, which is one of the tribal community in Wayanad. So they are into weaving. That is their traditional occupation. And some are actually landlords, they have land, they are into agriculture, like Kurumats and Kurichas, they do agriculture. Many of them, they do traditional way of doing agriculture also. And there are some other communities, Kartanaikas, they are completely depending on the forest and forest products for their livelihood. So with permission of forest department, they collect fruits, herbs, honey, bamboo, and these are their basic traditional livelihood. But now they are not able to survive with their traditional occupation. Slowly they are moving from the traditional occupation to some other. Many of them are, if you see in Wayanad, they are marginal laborers, and they are many of them, they are migrated to nearby states to be part of ginger cultivation service. They are not there. So this is where we need to give a support by giving an additional opportunity or an alternative opportunity of livelihood, and tourism comes here. The importance of tourism comes here. So there are many ways where we can give livelihood opportunity for them, and some entrepreneurial, inclusive and sustainable model we can implement where local community, especially the tribal people, indigenous people get involved. So livelihood, how many minutes I may get? No? Okay. Yeah, so about the experiential aspects of indigenous tourism. So one can be, they can be, providers of service. So they can provide various experiences with people. They can be storytellers. They can guide tourists when they go to a wildlife or a village. They can guide them to different things. They can operate guided tours, wildlife safaris, and bird watching. So again, I'm quoting the same statement given by Sir. In the morning session. Tribal people can identify hundreds of birds when they go for this forest walk. Only they can do that. So people with special interest in bird watching or wildlife safari, they are the right guides. Then it is where they showcase traditional craft, art. Then I'm going go to the important aspects. So for this, actually now, where to offer this experiences for people, because tribal settlements are very sensitive area. That is one always comes to the discussion about. It is actually a interdisciplinary subject. These people in the sociology or anthropology, they will never promote. They are not for tourism. They will say how if you promote tourism, it will affect their privacy, it will affect their culture, traditions. So we need some model where, without affecting their their natural habitat, without affecting their privacy, people, how we can provide experience for tourists. So one such model is introduced in Wayanad. It is called Kannur. It is a tribal heritage village designed with livelihood and empowerment opportunities, where everybody, starting from the manager to till the last person giving experience, is tribal community. They get an opportunity to exhibit their cultural aspect. Every day performances are happening there about the tribal art and craft exhibitions are happening. Ethnic food is provided. Whatever we discussed, it is available there. And there are different tribal circuits which has been identified in Kerala, where we, in special interest tourists may be taken and given experiences. Responsible tourism project of government of Kerala, they have different village experiences, tours in Wayanad also. Sir will be giving more details about that. I am not touching that part now. So when I told you about people, those people are, who give the real experience for rural tourism, I would like to mention 2-3 names. Sree Sankara, who I met him personally, and during my thesis time I interacted with him. So can you believe that person from tribal community used to go to Hotel Management Institute and used to take class for hotel management students about ethnic food. So wherever we have a festival, we had a festival that time in Wayanad or there Kerala, there used to be an ethnic stall of tribal community with his special dishes. So he was identified as ambassador of indigenous tourism, and now he is no more. And now I heard from responsible tourism team that that gap is still there. But now some other people like Raman from Cheruvai, he is a person who is actually a farmer. He cultivates acres of land, and he has been recently awarded with Padma Sri also for conserving the indigenous style of agriculture, and for giving experience for people, tourists. He preserves this 150-year-old mud house. So whoever is going to this as part of the village life experience, you can go to his house. There he will show you how each and every part of his house, and there they will provide the ethnic cuisine, and he will take you to the paddy field, and he will tell you what are the rare species of rice seeds which he had. So that gives unique experience for tourists. Like this, Govinda Nashan, actually, who belongs to Kurichya community, he has a number of hunting weapons, like a museum. It is there in his house, so we can go and see, and he will show you how it is used, and you also get an opportunity to use it. So that is how rural village experiences are given. So, but still, with all this, we have a lot of challenges. We have a lot of challenges with promoting indigenous tourism in the rural destinations, because always, even now, it remains a small scale. All their involvement or entrepreneurial aspects are still in a small scale form. It is not a complete livelihood opportunity form. They cannot completely depend on this because it is seasonal. They get this opportunity only during a particular season. Every day they are not getting this benefit. So they have to depend on some other livelihood opportunities. This is just an additional or extra livelihood opportunity for them. And still the professional skill, we cannot expect them to behave professionally, but at least some skill requirement is also there. And obviously they cannot invest more because of the lack of capital. Then so next recommendations we all discuss in the panel after the discussion. So thank you for giving this opportunity. We'll continue the discussion after our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Siddhi, for the beautiful words. I hope now we have some clarity regarding what is rural tourism, dimensions of rural tourism, experiences, areas or avenues where you can probably find rural tourism experiences. What is this so-called indigenous stuff? When you say indigenous, what does it mean? And she also tried to bring a lot of insights from her research. Definitely, so if we allow her, probably she can continue for another 3 hours. So, but definitely, I think the examples which were given, that was 100% clarifying, that giving more insights or giving clarity to the audience. Thank you so much, Dr. Siddhi. Now, in fact, our audience, those who are interested in knowing more about this indigenous people and livelihood, we have declaration of United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. You can check on UN, that was published in year 2007. based on the Cannes Declaration in 2006. This is the final or the primary document with which any decisions on indigenous people, indigenous culture, indigenous values, indigenous livelihood, everything happens. If time permits, we will, Dr. Hadi and Dr. Binoy will also try to give us more insight into it. But anyway, this is only for your information for the audience. If anybody would like to know what exactly this, first of all, check this document. Just like on sustainability, we checked UNSDG, Sustainable Development Goal. This is the final document, 2007. Okay, now let me invite Dr. Hari Krishnan PK. Because Dr. Hari sir has two advantages compared to on this side. Here, first session, we were trying to give you more insights, theoretical insights. Here, he will give you more practical insights. He'll try to link theory and practice together because sir was instrumental in executing many of the projects, especially with the rural community in the past. He's an academician, he's an industrialist. He was also in the industry for quite some time. He was also assisting the government in many projects. So I welcome you, Hari Krishnan sir, for your deliberation.
Good evening all. My esteemed panelists, my senior academicians, our moderator, my faculty friends over here, scholars and students. It's very nice to be here addressing you this evening. You know, having post-lunch sessions are slightly difficult for you and both us. To have you concentrating on us actually is a very, very difficult task. So let us try to do some justice on the post-lunch session. I don't know how able am I to get you out of that post-lunch impasse. So having said that, I think I'm very thankful for the organizing committee for inviting me to be a panel speaker over here. And it's very lovely to be on this campus, which was established 70 years back. I read somewhere around the entrance I wrote this established in 1954. So 70 years. So teacher has given an extremely good or a broad perspective of what basically rural tourism and indigenous thing from a very theoretical angle, rich with many academic points over there. So I take a small deviation from that. I just move to the practical applications and how it is done. I only add one thing on rural tourism to which she adds. Basically, rural tourism is said to be showcasing the rural life in rural locations, whether it is their arts, their culture, their dance, their cuisine, or whatsoever, which is interesting can be projected as a rural tourism. Why? The title is very active. It says the rural tourism and indigenous livelihood, challenges and opportunities. Rural tourism has been broadly defined quite well. So how it can augment, enhance the livelihood, that is very important. Before that, I think it is better to know about how rural are we. When I say we, it's India, how rural are we? I don't know how many of you know that we have got around 700,000 villages in the country. Nearly 65% of, somewhere around Niti Aayog says around 70% of Indian population lives in these villages. Or we can say nearly around a billion people, which is more than the population of few continents, live in these villages. So these villages, Gandhi has told, I think our soul lies in the villages. So these villages are those powerhouses which need more augmentation through rural tourism. Why? Teacher has rightly told, and I think our moderator has also highlighted about agriculture, the concept of agriculture. Ours is basically an agrarian society, very well, it's an agrarian society. 55 to 60% again of the entire Indian population depends upon agriculture as a livelihood. Am I right or wrong? Yes, somewhere around I think 55 to 60% depends upon agriculture. But unfortunately, if you check the outputs, it contributes just 15%, somewhere around the 15% of the GDP. You take the GDP, 55% of the people who work so hard, but unfortunately that contributes to, say, somewhere around 15% of the GDP. Take tourism on the other hand. Tourism is a very niche, small industry, which employs roughly around 4 crore in India. Direct employment somewhere around 4 crore. But tourism somewhere contributes around 8% of the GDP. Imagine 55%, 55 lakh, nearly 55% people contribute 15% GDP. So, what it leads to? This leads to the big question of poverty. You must have heard about multidimensional poverty. Many of our, unfortunately, many of the states, called the Himaru states and other states, still on the poverty verge. Kerala, comparatively, a much praised, we are the state which has got the least poverty over here. So this is a fact. So one side we have got tourism. So what is tourism? From your common parlance, tourism says are the 5-star, 4-star, Havelis, villas hotels, which are very expensive, spending 45,000, see, starting from 5,000 rupees to 1.5 lakhs, you can stay in rooms. What does that have to do to the common people? Is there anything? People come to Agra, stay in Amar Villas, one of the best resorts over there. People come over here, stay in Taj or Oberoi or Villas. Had it been contributing to the common people? That's the question. Unfortunately, the question is no. Many times, tourism is perceived as a rich man's game. Common people have not been getting any of these particular things. People do come to Delhi, Agra, Jaipur, or they come to Kovalam, or they come to Cochin, Munnar, or there are a lot of resorts over there. Many of the resorts, you can see that we talk about the Radisson, the Marriott, we talk about the Hilton, the Holiday Inn, we talk about the Lee Meridian, the Sofitel, all big chains. So only we have got the players from the outside come over here, have got establishment, and our revenue is leaked out of that. So that is one particular concept. And when we discuss about rural tourism and the livelihood creation, we should think something different. How this 60% of the population, how the poverty-stricken masses, our brothers and sisters in different parts of the country, when they suffer, we also have got tourism. Naturally, this will do a huge disparity. On one side, we got luxury tourism. When people come, they come in private jet, they are not bothered about what happens in the ground, and there is a small set of people, the villagers, they watch what is happening over here. In my land, my own land, there are 5-star hotels coming here, rich people coming over here, they go, what does we get? That question, what does we get, is answered by the concept of rural tourism. So what basically is rural tourism? If you read that in a different manner, you all know about a wonderful definition of democracy. What is that? By the people, for the people, of the people. Rural tourism, in a way, is tourism of the people, by the people, and for the people. How that can be done? That can be done only with the common people participation, and in all phases, in the product development process, in the planning process, in the very holistic process, there should be a common people coming and getting involved in this. That's the crux of what she told, and that's what I think Sir will also be summing up on that particular thing. I will just put some knowledge into the practical aspects of that particular thing. So now the board is very clear. What basically what we want? We want tourism to be a major catalyst, a major tool in alleviating poverty, should create a livelihood. How can we? See, when I look over here, I can see most of you are students or in the age range of 25 or below 30. If you take India as a whole, 50% of our population are below the age of 25. 65% of the population is below the age of 65. And if I ask you, if you go to Cochin, what do you want to see? I am sure that you won't say, I want to see Chinese fishing nets. You won't say, I want to see St. Francis where Vasco da Gama is buried. You won't see this Dutch palace. Your tastes are different. So there is a set of people who are very interested in seeing Taj Mahal, appreciating that Chalukya, Chola, you've got the Kannur dynasty, the king, rulers, all the things. But I don't think how many of you are interested in that. How many? I don't think. You want to get immersed into activity. Alright? You want something that should have an adrenaline, what? Flushing over there. You want something that you want to do. That's what she told, experiential tourism, or it's called as immersive tourism. We want to do something. So fortunately the whole world has also changed. From being luxurious, laid back tourists who comes to a beach, rest there, we call them as a staple travelers. They come over there in charters, 7 days in that. What they do, they only go to the beach, rest over there. We call it a tanning process. So some they want to get their skins brown or tan. Youngsters are not like that. They want something, they want to get immersed. Wherever they get that immersed, they say that's the best destination. And Kerala, somewhat we are early in many places and we are trying to be on that, which has been done in the form of experiential tourism. As an industry person, I was in the industry for a long 60 years. What I find is people love to do something which they have watched. Gone are the days when you love selfie tourism or photography tourism. For example, if you go to Taj, okay, say Taj has been built in 20 years by 20,000 people, Isa is an architect, so that is a wonderful monument of a romance. Whatever things you can, okay, here, after that, let us see something else. But if you go to some other place, you want to try something. Sometimes in your case it will be adventure tourism. In other foreign, I think they want to try what we have. That is basically the essence of rural tourism. What we have. When I say what we have, what every single village has got, that is an attraction. You must be knowing about the Kerala snacks area, the murk. Marian, how the murk has been done. Very intricately how the murk is done. It's a product. How the murk has been done. How you have the tea, the meter tea. It's a wonderful product that we have. How you climb the coconut. If you go to the Asia, the Kairasham, the Uvation, the Kanakan, Muayrata, no Alkar, Kerala, the Tengikarina. But there is not much persons to climb the coconut. Foreigners at on the place, we have got 4,000 to 5,000 people who climb the coconut tree. They want to get involved, pluck the tea leaves. They want to make coir. They want to catch fish. They want to wash or they want to bait the elephant. Say they want to do things, lot of things which we don't want to do. That is the essence of rural tourism. That is what rural tourism is for. So here comes the livelihood creation. Livelihood creation, I think when I talk about this particular thing, how livelihood can be created to the rural tourism. Getting people to areas which are unheard about tourism earlier. How many of you have heard about Kannur? How many of you have heard about Kalady? You must have heard about Kalady from a tourist point of view. But recently, last 2 years, you must have heard about Kannur because that is one of those particular villages which has got the best tourism village from the Ministry of Tourism. Because some practices done over there has been selected as the best in the country, Kannur. They developed a fruit street where Kannur is famous for the street, for the fruits. You can go there, pluck those things. That is a different experience in Muna. Otherwise, people would have been happy seeing Inaugural Rajabala Park or Tata Tea Museum, but they have got something else to see. Kalady on the same place is different. Kuttikkanam is also different. These are those particular villages which was rated as the best villages in the country. While actually I am just preparing something for today, it's very interesting for me to note and to share about a village in Meghalaya. It is called, excuse me for the pronunciation if it's wrong, correct me, Kongtong. Kongtong, I think he has corrected me on the pronunciation. Do you know for what it's famous for? That also has been rated as the best village. It's very interesting to know. It is for the whistling. Whistling. That is the whistling over there. There the names are like this. If you want to call someone the name, I think you have to whistle. Just go to YouTube. Yeah, everybody. The names are like this. This is basically a unique identifying codes they have. After this session, you can just, after our session actually, not this session, actually our session, you can just go and check your YouTube. Just you can type this Kongtong village, I think how things are there, which you can practice also. So this is a college, so please don't make it as a listening village, you can have any other place. So finally I think the principal will say basically we have got an international conference which has contributed to that. Okay, leave that way. So these are the unique things which really can be translated for getting tourists into that. So from a practical angle, how we can get tourists to a destination, to those particular areas, rural areas where tourism has not so far been, and then getting a livelihood over here. Lot of examples over there. For example, we are seeing some of the wonderful cuisines that we have. The Kerala cuisine, one of them is Palakkad. Rameshwari Idli is one of the very famous over there. And without for tourism, Rameshwari Idli would have been remained in that particular area in Rameshwari. Now in Trivandrum we got Rameshwari Idli festival. So in many places we are having Rameshwari Idli festival. We have got different kinds of cuisine that has become very popular right now. Different types of living style, lifestyles, where people, earlier the Ballavam Kaitari, it's near my place, I'm from Trivandrum. Ballavam is very famous for biryani. Yeah, we got many geographical indicators. So all these things create livelihood, income. So two key things rural tourism gives are employment and economy. Most of you most of you are aware the Narega project or the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee, the 100 days, has really translated the life of Indian women. Every year, 100 days of job is assured. They get somewhere around 303 rupees per day. But for a normal woman getting somewhere around 30,000 rupees is a good chunk for a kitty. Similarly, this rural tourism is empowering women. I am seeing, I think I got a lot of girls or women in front of me. Tourism is all about women actually. And in between, I think we are going a wonderful conference in Munnar, I think this month end, on women tourism, which is also being associated with the UN women. Why? Women are the major factor who can contribute over here. In Kerala, right now, from an industry angle, we have got around 18,000 women enterprises. 18,000 women enterprises. They got the ethnic food restaurants. Who else can make a wonderful ethnic food than you? No chef can do that. You are the you got a wonderful recipe for that. So these ethnic food code that we have across the state we have got. The cultural this thing, the Panchavadhyam, women is all these things. So what not, I think the women is empowering into each and every aspect of tourism, handicraft making, souvenir making. So as about women guides, women auto rickshaw drivers, the pink fleet that we have, everything indirectly contributing to the livelihood, the income generation. So indirectly, tourism, if it has to be very popular, if we want to decentralize tourism, it has to be the rural tourism, and the rural tourism, the key things are employment as well as economic generation. Having said that, how far we have succeeded in these things? We have just started that. We have just started this phase of rural tourism. I think Kerala has really understood this particular practical aspect way back in 2007, which has come in the form of responsible tourism. Kerala is very popular for that. What is basically the concept of responsible tourism? The motto of responsible tourism is to make places better for us to live and for others to visit. Not only should be best for us to live, so basically it should have places for others to visit. This is the cardinal philosophy behind the responsible tourism. So through responsible tourism for the last 17 years, what Kerala has been doing, Kerala has been rewriting, Kerala has been translating the sphere of tourism which is more people friendly, more pro-poor tourism. Tourism should be for the benefit. Why we say that? We talk about Munnar, we talk about Adirapalli over here, we talk about Payyannur, we talk about any destination in Kerala or in India or in the world. Ultimately, that destination belongs to the people over there. So people should be the key factor in deciding how that destination should go. For example, if you are talking about Munnar, you are talking about Thevara, you are talking about Ernakulam, Kannur, you are talking about Kovalam, any place, Kannur or any place, the key aspect should be the people should say about that. Okay. So there is a lot of planning process. I will just finish my listing with 2 slides over there. Street. For this, I think this is the one which has got the award in Kannur. Street stand for Sustainable, Tangible, Responsible, Experiential, Ethnical Tourism Hubs. Indirectly means those particular areas, the new tourism areas should reflect that. So these concept as one, the International Award for Kerala, which basically aim in creating something new, very authentic, very much related to that particular destination. Here, the local people, with the help of the panchayat, comes out with the tourism project. They get involved in that. They do the marketing. And marketing right now, I think basically gone are the days we have to go to international fairs. Right now with the Facebook, with the Twitter, with the YouTube, you can just make any product and services worldwide. So this is that much attraction. Then we got another one which is called as a pepper. Pepper is basically a planning process. Basically, people's participation comes over here. So people are very much involved. So if I go to sum up, rural tourism is for the benefit of the rural people who live in our villages, which contribute a mass around 60% of the population, who should have a livelihood other than from the number one. Here you can say nothing they are doing as different. They are just practicing what they have said. What they are doing, they have been cooking at their house, now they have been coming up ethnic food course. What they have been doing has been translated into a product, and they get an income for that. Farm tourism, agri-tourism, spice tourism, all these things, we got different nomenclatures which basically aim in poverty reduction or poverty alleviation. So this has got a lot of challenges. This has got a lot of, it's easily said, very interesting here. But this has got its own set of challenges, it has got its own sets of opportunities which we will be taking in the next session. Thank you for the patient listening. I think we will come back to you, as she said, little later.
Thank you, Dr. Harikrishnan sir. In fact, if you noticed, the session sequence was a very good articulation. It started with the GDP now. People say rural tourism primary is agrarian, and they said that we contribute only 13.5%, which is only 15% of the GDP, where 65% of the people are employed. And services sector, where we have only around 18% of the people are employed, they are contributing 54% of the GDP. See the debate, income disparity between two regions, that was clearly articulated. Then there gradually went to rural tourism, then to the experience, then even to Kannur, and finally close with the sustainable tourism. Okay, now friends, now we have Dr. Binoy here. Vinay sir will definitely, because in experience of around more than 20 years in different universities and in different projects, sir will be able to probably link between what Dr. Sibi and Dr. Harikrishnan tried to do, and probably we'll have a kind of common understanding by the time Vinay sir finishes it. So on behalf of everyone, Vinay sir, please.
Hello, respected panelists, Professor Siddhi, Professor Jacob Bose, and Dr. Harikrishnan, and respected and esteemed audience. Are you tired? No? No. Actually, this topic would be something different from your topic. But in the sense, your discipline. Usually we talk in front of tourism students and tourism researchers. Now we have a different group where you are having commerce or economics background. I don't know how far you are able to understand the theories that we have discussed here, and how we are going to have an impact on your future. Especially I have seen that most of the PhD theses, even written by commerce and economics students, they are related to tourism actually. Even recently, I have educated around 3-4 research theses where it was submitted from commerce and economics background, but topic is related to tourism. Anyway, I think so. Some of you are PG students and some of our research scholars. So these discussions may help you to find a topic for your research, or sometimes to do some research papers and articles on tourism, which is correlated with the economics and commerce. Anyway, our topic was wonderfully chosen. So I appreciate the organizers, especially Dr. Sijin and Dr. Rahul, and his father also, he was a great motivator for him, and Dr. Gunapalan from Sri Lanka. He has traveled a lot from there. And it was a wonderful occasion where we are together to discuss a very pertinent issue. The issue is, one is how we can use this indigenous knowledge, indigenous knowledge system. This is also known as Indian knowledge system. How it can be used for enhancing the livelihood of rural people, and especially indigenous people. How it can be sustainable. How this work can be sustainable. So if you look back to the tourism industry, we can see that always this local population were exploited, local resources were exploited, culture was exploited, overused, the resources were overused in the name of tourism. You know that whenever you see, if you look back a decade, you can see that people used to stay in five-star hotels. They used to come by flight, they used to come by tourist coaches, and they will come to the villages, and they'll stay in the city, in a star hotel, and they will come to the village, and they will enjoy everything, they will go back. In this kind of a situation, what is happening is, the money, the revenue generated was, generated the destination was actually going back to security. Because all this industrial, even hotel is concerned, even transportation, all industrial units were owned by people from the city. But the resources exploited were from the rural population, that means from rurality, or we can say village. This was the biggest exploitation. In this situation, people were thinking how it can be reduced. How the ultimate benefit can reach in the hands of the indigenous people or rural population. What are the possibilities? From this juncture, the concept of indigenous tourism, village tourism, and responsible tourism, ecotourism, these all concepts arise. And most recent concept is regenerative tourism. I will come to that. So, as from Madam's presentation, she was very clearly mentioned who is an indigenous population. This is the biggest question: who is indigenous? Who are villagers? So, Sarah has given a very good representation about the statistical aspects of villagers in India. What is the percentage of villagers in India? How many people are living in the villages? What is their economic condition? What are their livelihood? What are those livelihood for them? And these all things were discussed by Professor Harikrishnan. So my question here is, I would like to correlate how it can be a sustainable, how we can use these indigenous practices or indigenous knowledge systems of the rural community, how it can be used sustainably, and how it can be something like regenerative, how we can regenerate. Because there's a question. Usually whenever we say about indigenous people means usually tribal population. So indigenous means tribal population, usually in usual meaning. But the population, but problem is who are tribes? Whether we were tribes once upon a day. That's the question. So those people, they are remaining in the villages are tribes, and those people who are migrated from the villages to the cities are not tribes. So this is a question of urbanization, urban and rural, and semi-urban. Those people who are living in the rural areas are indigenous, and those people, once they are migrated to cities and they are civilized, and they are not indigenous. This question. So what we can say, is it a marginalized people where they are being located at the villages are called indigenous? I am coming from a district, Wayanad. I am a native of Wayanad, and Dr. CBP is also from Wayanad. So Wayanad is concerned, Kerala's highest tribal population is Wayanad. It is 18% of the population in Wayanad are tribes. I can say tribes means indigenous, I can say indigenous. Normally tribes are not indigenous, normally tribes. Even those marginal communities who are living in a locality for long years and have their own particular traditions, living style, culture, etc. can be called as indigenous. So there what happened when I am from Wayanad, you see that the matter comes here, livelihood. So Wayanad was an agrarian society. Once upon a time, it was absolutely, it is an abode of tribes. And later stage, you can see a migration from southern part of Kerala to Wayanad. So many people from southern part side, they migrated to Wayanad and they purchased land. And all these tribes were marginalized and they were coordinated into forest regions. They were either coordinated forest regions or they were living very close to the banks of rivers. So they were known as tribes. But once upon a time they were free and they were moving toward the Wayanad and they were using all the resources of Wayanad. But later stage the migrants, they have grabbed everything from them and these people were cornered. And what happened? Once they were cornered into the forest areas as well as the river banks, what happened? Their livelihood was forest products. And they have that, or like I say, fishing. Okay, and they were workers of landowners. And that is condition. So let us say what happened because of the forest rules prohibiting people to procure things from the forest. So they were denied to enter into forest. Okay, there are some kurumas like Ten Kurma, Mulu Kurma, etc. There actually Ten Kurmas are collecting honey from the forest and they used to sell outside. And sometimes they used to harm them. Certain animals they used to sell outside. They used to make some handicaps out of the animal remains. But these whole things are prohibited now. Now nobody can enter there. Second is concerned, they were evacuated from the banks of rivers. So they were given colonies. So government has made a small colonies and they were given a small house in colonies and they were confined to live inside the colony without any livelihood. Education is different education, deprived of all other services. So in this situation, how they can be upheld, how their poverty can be eradicated. What kind of source of income can be generated for them? How they can ensure livelihood for them? From this question, one possibility was arised, that is developing tourism in an indigenous way. Let these all indigenous people, these all marginalized people, let them showcase their own culture in front of the tourists who are coming from outside. I can say foreign tourists as well as the domestic tourists who are visiting that place. So this question, so they can showcase their indigenous culture. It may be a fair and festival. It may be some kind of indigenous cuisine. It can be a kind of indigenous living style, how they are living, that all things. It can be indigenous music. It can be indigenous medicine. Okay, it is indigenous handicrafts. Okay, so how we can showcase it? These are their products. They have only these things in their hands. How it can be made as a commodity. So indigenous tourism is trying to commoditize these cultural products. So when you commoditize these cultural products, the problem is it's devaluation, exploitation, showcasing of human culture. Okay, so these all issues will come up. So whenever we develop this indigenous tourism, these are the questions. When, because of showcasing the tribal culture, tribal life in front of the foreign tourists, really sometimes the cultural value degradation happens sometimes. They feel that they have been showcased. They feel that they are getting inferior. They feel inferior because some superior people, they are coming from the city and they are watching us, our culture, and they are making some comments. Sometimes instead of understanding and instead of appreciating, sometimes we may feel some kind of sympathy, empathy, or something, these things, and they feel it. And that's why sometimes I've seen that in Wayanad, sometimes they are not permitting. These are not, we don't want any kind of indigenous tourism here because sometimes we are being humiliated. So sustainable tourism means this kind of humiliation feeling should not be there. They must feel that with pride and proud, they should present their cultural values in the place. The authenticity part, the credibility part, okay, the respect. These all things must be ensured at the destination or the rural destination. When these all things are ensured, it will become sustainable. When these the foreigners or tourists are coming to the destination, if they are not exploiting the resources beyond their need, then it can be sustainable. So as Gandhiji says, everything is there for our need, but fulfilling our greed is not sufficient. So what sustainable tourism always says, let the present population experience, enjoy, and experience all the available resources. Use all the resources without hampering the future needs of future generation. So here two things are there: usage of resources by the present generation and protecting these resources for the future generation too. That is actually the actual meaning of sustainability. But it is absolutely, it is not possible. It is a myth actually. It is not possible. Like ecotourism, there is no word. It is not possible at all. Because ecotourism always creates problems to the ecology. So here we think of one more step ahead. That is what regeneration or regenerative tourism. Where how we can regenerate, rather sustainable, how we can regenerate. That means how the tourist can contribute for degenerating, degrading cultural values or natural resources of the place visited. For example, deforestation is happening somewhere. So the tourists may come and they let them understand the problems of the place, let them experience, understand, and contribute. That's the case. Experience, understand, and contribute for its regeneration. So that level actually tourism must come. So anyway, you have listened to both the learned academicians. I have come up with one presentation, but I am not going to that. Okay, because it will take long time and minimum I need 1 hour, because I want to showcase the Wayanad actually. Because Wayanad, there is a place known as Kannur. I don't know how many of you have visited this place. So you must visit it. If you are talking about this indigenous tourism, you must visit Kannur. So the government has recreated a small tourist village, indigenous tribal village, where you can experience the tribal culture. It is actually whenever you go up the Tamarasheri Ghats. I don't know how many of you have gone to Wayanad. Okay, that Ghat section is so beautiful. When you go up to Wayanad Ghat section, then the top you can see that is Kalpata. Kalpata you can see Kannur. There is a board will be there. You just go there and experience it. Okay, so some pictures are there, but I am not going to that. Okay, so anyway, because of the time constraints, there will be some interactive sessions. That has given me 20 minutes time. I have extended taking 20 minutes. So let us have some interaction. Any kind of doubts related to our indigenous tourism, or we can say Indian knowledge system. Again, how this tourism can contribute to the livelihood of rural populations. So we can have an interaction now. Okay. So I am grateful to thank Kannur to the organizers of this program for giving me an opportunity to meet you, to discuss with you about our own topic. Okay. So thank you very much for patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinay sir. I'm just trying to take you into what Vinay sir was trying to take you into. He started his argument with something called resource utilization. That is something, that he didn't put to the terminology, but I'll be definitely asking a question related to what he was trying to say. Second thing was how much we can exploit, how much we shouldn't exploit. That's what the argument related to Wayanad was all about. If you just remember, he also tried to say that if you are not careful, there are areas where things can go wrong. People might be exploited, resources might be exploited. Just remember the story he told you about migration from the southern districts to the Wayanad region and what happened into that. This has happened all over the world to all indigenous communities. Okay,
So I hope now you got some idea related to what is indigenous livelihood, the livelihood of the local people, because a unique culture, unique topography, unique things. How can we increase with the rural tourism? That is our argument here. And in fact, for your information, some more additional information, in the year 2000 to 2005, even in Kerala, we had a UNDP funded project called Endogenous Tourism Project. And interestingly, Kalady was one of the indigenous tourism destinations for indigenous livelihood.
Also involved in that.
Yes, sir was mentioned. Thank you. Okay, Kalady, we said nutmeg is the core of every activity. Nutmeg. Aramula, we said it's Aramula mirror. And Idukki, Inaugural, we said we have the cardamom. Okay. So we conducted in 5 places. Unfortunately, only in Inaugural, little bit of, it proceeded further, it didn't go. But we had an attempt in the past. Of course, we were not 100% successful, but that is how every society gradually learns. We make errors, one day again we learn, we improve. I consider this as an opportunity to probably bring back our old experience from indigenous tourism in Kalady. Now we have the person here. So definitely what we do here is also basically an intellectual exercise to bring more insight into what can we do to protect and preserve the livelihood of the people in and around an area with the rural tourism. Okay, I have a few questions to clarify. One, let me start with Vinay sir. You've been mentioning about, that if things exceed, things go wrong. Definitely it was all about carrying capacity. So how do we ensure that carrying capacity is maintained in rural tourism setting, especially maybe even if in a Kalady community?
Yes. Sir, so carrying capacity in tourism has many dimensions. So usually one is physical carrying capacity. That means
I'm more bothered about social carrying capacity because that was a concept.
Yes, the answer was given by our Sanjay sir, first Sanjay. So you see, sir, actually whenever this sir also have an answer for it, 3 P. So tourism by people, for the people and of people. So whenever we have to define what are our limits. The tourism destination, we can say host community. So they must decide and they must make the limit of the tourist behavior at the destination. And socially, culturally, as well as physically. So we should not allow them to cross the limit. That's case. For example, there is will be a clash between the culture of the host population and the cultural expression of the tourist. So when there is this kind of irritation happens between the both host and guest, then the host community, they have to control it. And we have to set the do or don't.
You suggest something like maybe a destination management committee.
Yeah, so we have to fix do and don'ts at the destination. Okay. And they should be properly monitored, and they should be controlled, monitored, and should be ensured.
Okay, sir. That's done. Okay, now I'm sorry again to Hari sir. Something related to the argument. Sir, assume that we did that, we maintain carrying capacity, we have our income is going up because of rural tourism. It's happening. Income is going up. How can we ensure that no leakage happens out of this society? Because the income generated for this society stay in the society. Can you suggest few things that can be done in an endogenous setting?
So that's an excellent question put forward. Only if we plug the leakages, we can have the real benefit of tourism for the host community. So how we can do is, multiple ways we can do this. When I say multiple ways, it starts basically from giving employment. Most of the resorts, we take example, I told in my presentation also I told, for example in Taj or any of the major resorts, they will be having a staff pattern where most of the staff are recruited from other states, from other places. Again, the local people will be onlookers. Currently what basically happens over here, if you go to any of the hotels, all the people who serve are from the northeastern ones. Unfortunately that is happening in Kerala. But one, improving the capacity building, giving local people enough training to carry on those particular jobs which they do in those particular resorts or any of those tourism establishments in their area is one thing. A classic example is followed by CGH groups. You go to any of their flagship property, they got all the best guys coming over there.
Group of hotels.
Yeah, the Casino Group of hotels. They got all the staff locally, so we can plug leakage over there. Second, purchasing things. So most of the things purchasing goes for large firms, bulk quantity. Again, small shops, those who have got the eggs, those who have got the cheetah, amaranthus, those who have got the small things which have been grown over there, it's not been taken into account. Through responsible tourism, what basically is done, all those establishments should buy from the area. Again, a classic example is in Thevara. There is a restaurant by the name 36 Miles in Spice to Lake. This is again a CJ restaurant. What basically is means that in that restaurant, all these particular things, all the groceries and all the vegetables are being sourced, which are produced within 36 miles from the restaurant. So here the leakage is being done. Then third comes the infrastructure. Not that I am going long in my answer. Third is the infrastructure. In the infrastructure, if you go for the glassy tiles, all the things what happen, I think again leakage will come. So you should have those particular infrastructure which is best suited for our weather and our traditional style. Fortunately, you can see lot of 5-star resorts and others which are either tile or thatched. So infrastructure, procurement, staffing. By doing this locally, we can. The big thing is vocal for local. That's the key thing that we talk about. So that should be the key mantra for reducing leakage. Thank you, sir.
Wow, beautiful explanation because examples were good, genuine. Okay. Now, Dr. Sipi, I have the final clarification to be done because you said both of you from Wayanad. We are happy. Now, can you tell me, because a lot of instance people of the city, normally because since they live in close proximity and there are a lot of, gradually they are trained to be hypocrites. They know how to act. I have to pretend, how to say thank you when you really don't thank people, how to smile when you don't really want to smile. But people in villages, they are normally, after anthropology and sociology, they are people who are open-hearted. If they are angry, they express anger. If they are happy, they express happy. So naturally, they are honest to some extent. There are a lot of incidents of exploitation possible in all intelligence sitting by tourists who come to rural setting. Can you tell us how can we handle this or reduce the possibility of exploitation in rural setting in our context, rural tourism?
Thank you for the question. And the one thing I really agree with you, Jacob sir, the people in the rural area, they behave naturally in the best possible way. So they are, how many of us we dance when we feel like dancing? How many of, usually it's a natural instinct for everybody. There's a music, we feel like dancing. But we resist ourselves. We will not be able to see what others will think. Okay, even if you have a talent, also will not dance. But these people in the rural area, if you see this tribal community, whenever there is an occasion, festival, they dance, they sing. That is their nature. Similar way, all their attitude, all their emotions, they express like that. So they are not behaving artificially. We cannot expect the same thing from them. So, the tourists also, when the tourists go and join in any of these village-based experiences, they are not expecting a professionalism from all this tribal community. They cannot expect professionalism from village people. Why they go there is exactly to experience the authentic lifestyle. So what they are, that is what they are going at. But now, as you told, exploitation is happening mainly because of the involvement of intermediaries. That is why the exploitation happens. Intermediaries are the main ways of bringing a cause of exploitation to the community. Now the main good model what is implemented in all these places in the rural areas are responsible tourism. We have a responsible body there. Team, the entire team. Again, local communities are also member to that. So in that way, people are now aware that they are getting all these benefits. They are aware about their benefits and aware about the possibilities of exploitation also. So that through that awareness, through proposed, well managed model, now exploitation can be reduced. And here a system is required. A system, very responsible system is required.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sree. I think I will add one more thing. We should also educate both the host community and tourists. How are you expected to behave? That also maybe if you do part of the time. Now, I think we need inputs or clarifications or doubts or criticism from your side. Please, raise it to the panel, please. Mic is yours.
Thank you all the panelists. It's been a very insightful session. When I came, I come from an IT telecommunication background. I'm an alumnus of Sree Sankara College. Ramesh ji has been one of my lecturers as well. So proud to be here. Happy to be here. Glad to be here. And I came with a fixed mindset on it that tourism is all about rather integrating tourism with the natives, the tribals or whatever the way you would like to name it, was all about showcasing their products. Okay. Now the key takeaway for me is that it's not just not products alone, it's also services. It's also happiness, it's also experience. So I'm really grateful to take away these things. The other point I would like to raise here is Dr. Krishnan mentioned about 18,000 women operated enterprises, right? A lot of, in Kerala. Right? So now, what really, I can quote one example, which is the government-sponsored Sree, which is another great endeavor or initiative from the government side. Now, while appreciating this whole empowerment of women, which was, I think, they made a lot. Now, I would also like to know as to what led to this kind of mass, women empowerment. Because I've been dealing, I don't reach out to the villages or the rural areas, but then I have come across a lot of people, individuals who come home as home nurses. In the last 5 years, there were women, lady home nurses. There were, male home nurses. Looking after my parents. I'll make it more concise. Okay. So I discuss, about their problems, about their families. So a lot of women have said that, look, I'm pushed to this because my partner, my spouse, my husband is alcoholic. Okay? Yeah. Has alcohol consumption led to this mass women empowerment? And it's meaningful largely because a lot of money earned by male members, citizens, have been spent on alcohol. So which means we were not alleviating poverty for a many number of years. So this is a great step.
Thank you, sir, for the feedback. In fact, I happened to travel around 20+ countries in the past, but never to the cities. Normally, I only take to the rural areas I see. So wherever tourism has developed in rural setting, we see most of the tourism enterprises are carried out by only women. We find 20 to 30% by men. Men do not have much role in tourism enterprises wherever tourism is developed. Because when I think at least in 16, 17 countries, I remember I find only women. It's there. Anybody else would like to add? Yeah, please. Yeah, anything, please. We have the panel, not only.
So, because we are speaking about sustainable tourism, I was reading an article that was about something that was happening in Japan. So there is a Malian, in fact, who went to Japan, and he has 200 acres of land there in Japan. So the activity that he does is he has, it's actually a village that he himself has developed, that's what I understand. I've not been there, it's just what I've read. So something that he does is he cultivates paddy there. So every time he needs to sow the seeds, he doesn't have much laborers who come and do this. So what he does is he offers it out to the students, to the school children. So he said, this is an experiential learning to you. All of you can come. They pay money for experiencing how to sow the paddy seeds. And then he teaches them and the entire activity is done. Then same thing he does for harvesting. He does for all the activities where he needs laborers. What he does is he invites the school students, he invites tourists who would come and like to experience this. So in fact he is getting money for what he should otherwise have paid. So why I am speaking about this is, shouldn't our younger generation, how far they are involved in the tourism activities? So we have a good...
this is a question to the entire panel or to one person?
I'm not sure who should I be asking this, but...
You should at somebody, you know. You can target. You decide your target.
Ma'am already has the answer for it.
I don't know whether I'm going to give a clear answer for it, but I'm just giving you my opinion. What you taught is not a sustainable tourism model. What I understood is giving labor activity for school children. I don't think that it is the best model for sustainable tourism.
What he does is not the same children come and they just experience it, but then they would want to continue.
If they are happily coming for just for experience, it's okay. But it's not the because see, this is for the people studying in that particular area.
Ma'am, shall we say like this? Okay, we have in
Okay,
tourism academies, we call it as experiential tourism. Sustainability is the way we manage a tourism.
This model we may be finding
I think Binoy sir and Hari sir was mentioning, I will repeat those sentences because they individually mentioned. In actions to ensure sustainability is something we basically do 5 things. We preserve, we protect, we conserve, we restore things that are lost, and finally we destroy things if it is not desired. So preserve, protect, conserve, restore. I think both of them have mentioned all this, but not in the same sequence. But that's what we mean by sustainability.
What I actually meant is, shouldn't the younger generation be...
Yeah, that's about in a gradual awareness. But experiential tourism is an element wherein things that I haven't touched, felt. Yes, definitely yes. Anybody else?
Sir, can I?
Yeah, please.
Before that, shall I ask a question? Would you introduce yourself? Can we have a name? Your name?
My name is Megha.
Megha, basically, as further to what Sir told and what Ma'am has told, basically Kerala is also very active in that. Kerala has it. We have got a tourism in colleges and schools, which basically inculcate in students the spirit of tourism. And we also have got the voluntary tourism, where basically students go and actively participate in this particular thing. Japan, as you rightly told, I think, has a very different lifestyle over here. Here, what happens, we have got the tourism which are very vibrant, students are actively participate in only thing. The problem is our students, our students are very much oriented into the engineering and medical stream. So getting the students out of the school for these activities have got a lot of resistance from the parents. They feel sitting at home learning all these
even on November 1st, we had a massive campaign by tourism club members all over Kerala, cleaning and creating awareness about cleanliness. That's an experience. Okay.
This Japanese council is a country with very powerful child rules and child rights, etc. You cannot exploit the children of Japan. Absolutely, it is not possible. But in the name of experiential learning, usually they promote. Because Japanese country where people work from 6 to 6, very hardcore community. And they survived to bomb blast now. So they are very hardworking community. So they never take it that sense. Even the parents of the children or even child itself, they won't take it into that sense. Like they are being exploited. Instead they consider this as an opportunity. And they may learn out of it. And they may use that knowledge in their future. I want that this exploitation. They won't permit for it. Okay.
Thank you. Maybe that could be the last question. Sorry, time is far.
This is the last question. Yeah, that.
Yeah. Anything is right.
questioning, challenging, criticizing case. My name is Ernakulam. I'm from Sree College, Thevara. So, as you know, there are many initiatives that have been taken for travel and tourism. We know many infrastructures are coming up. The basic thing I find is a negative is that there is no kind of maintenance happening. There are always initiatives, but after a period of time, there are no maintenance. So actually, like sir was speaking before, it's basically a kind of leakage of income, the money is generated. So it would be good if we can maintain the same thing. And it just from my experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel, though it is not other than the purview of our thing, it is definitely one of the things that are public undertakings, public funded projects. Unfortunately, that is what is happening. Private projects, we fund the money, we dig it. That's unfortunate. Maybe I think, future generations like you, when you come to probably an administrative post, at least if you can, our people have done this mistake. No, I know, because if you're from ICSSR, one classic example is in Wellington Island, that entire area wharf we created for cruise tourism, that's totally destroyed. Because I was handling the KTM, Kerala Travel Mart event, our college was in charge of handling the entire event. So I was in charge of the entire area for 7 days, so I know what happened, what is happening. We dumped probably some 50-100 crores over there, that's it. We do that. Yes, there are mistakes, but remember in Kerala story, it's not the government who created Kerala such a story. The God's Own Country campaign or whatever we did today is the private sector. And academics are joining now. Definitely that's a big change. And now, youngsters like you, we find a lot of youngsters there, and people who are responsible, they're aware of what could be the consequences. Definitely the future is bright, not that. Okay, it's time to probably wind up. We're sorry that we have come to an end. So let me conclude that the endogenous livelihood means the livelihood of the people. Please don't think that it is only for an endogenous community. It can be for anything. Maybe I said, the nutmeg of Kalady is the endogenous livelihood of Kalady. That is what was understood by the UNDP. So that way things could change. Now, with a closing small dialogue that might irritate some people and make some people happy because of the James. We were unhappy seeing that women in tourism. So there is only Malapajam, no the main Dipajam. Okay, thank you so much for it.
Now it's time for the vote of thanks. I invite Devagi for the vote of thanks.
What an insightful session this has been. As I stand here today, I feel super privileged to deliver the vote of thanks. I would like to thank the expert panel, Dr. Sree P.S., Dr. Vinod T.K., Dr. Harikrishnan P.K., and moderator Dr. Jacob for their truly marvelous and meaningful work. The past 2 hours has been truly marvelous, and it has been a knowledge feast to our hearts and minds. I'm certain that everyone present here today can go home with their hearts content because of the ocean of knowledge that was poured onto us. Lastly, I would also like to thank all of the audience present here for their support and interaction. Once again, thank you all.
Now it's time to express token of gratitude. I invite Gopika Miss for giving the token of gratitude. Next, I invite Abhisha Miss for giving the token of gratitude. Next, I invite Ramesh sir for giving the token of gratitude. Next, I invite Gauri ma'am, head of the department, for giving the token of gratitude. Now it's a small tea break. Thank you.
കഴിഞ്ഞില്ലേ ഇന്നത്തെ കഴിഞ്ഞില്ലേ ഷെഡ്യൂൾ കഴിഞ്ഞു ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഓട്ടോ
Welcome to the session of the ICSSR sponsored two-day international seminar on Integrating Indigenous Knowledge System in Sustainable Tourism, Enhancing Livelihood and Rural Development. I extend a warm welcome to our esteemed chair, Dr. Binoy T.A., Assistant Professor and Head of the Department of Tourism Studies, Central University, Kerala. To begin the session, I invite Abhishar Miss, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Sree Sankara College, Kalady, to introduce our distinguished chair.
Good evening all. I welcome you all to the technical session of our ICSSR sponsored international seminar. This session is chaired by Dr. Binoy, who is currently head of the Department of Tourism at the Central University of Kerala. Dr. Binoy is a well-known resource person, particularly in the area of career guidance related to tourism studies. His vast experience has guided many students towards successful careers in this field. Dr. Binoy has successfully guided several scholars in their PhD journey and continued to mentoring more students in their research journey. His commitment to academic excellence is also reflected in his active participation in several prestigious committees and academic bodies. For instance, he served as an advisor to the management of Nilagiri Guest House and has contributed to various advisory roles, including being a member of the advisory committee for the International Conference on Community Involvement in Tourism Development. We are privileged to have Dr. Binoy with us today, and I am sure his guidance will make this session both engaging and thought-provoking. Once again, a warm welcome to you all, and we look forward to a productive and inspiring session ahead. Now, without further delay, I request Dr. Binoy to take over the session and lead this session.
Respected teachers and dear research presenters. So this is session where you are going to present your research paper. So I understand there are around 5 to 6 research papers. So since it is a international conference and your research paper carries some academic weightage, as I understand that you will be getting around 3 points in your PDAS. Academic grade points when you are going to present a research paper in an international conference which is held in India. So there are 2 kinds of international conference. One is international conference outside India, one within India. So it is international conference within India. So you can claim exactly 3 marks for it. So the other is certainly awarded by the institution must be genuine and it should be authentic. Okay. So this carries marks. Okay. So I request all the presenters first to tell about the conceptual framework of your research work, your methodology, and your finding suggestions. So within 5 minutes. Okay. So no need to say much about. So your objectives must be there, and your methodology plus the result, and how would you arrive at the result. We can come to that within 5 minutes time. We'll find. And audience can interact at the end of the presentation. Otherwise, I may ask a few questions. Otherwise, okay. If it is fine, no issue. Okay. So you can find your presentation for 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay. So next is here, Mr. Presenters, the audience. So okay, thank you very much.
Now it's time for the paper presentation. So it will be in the following order. The first paper is J. Jamshi and Dr. Jisna. The second one will be Dr. Usha Devi U. Third one Shabu A.S. Then Arun Matthew. Then Dr. Sunita T.R. and Dr. Anuraj. Then Dr. Anumol K.A. Then Meghana Mary Michael. Then Dr. Baiju Gopal. Then Professor Manoj P.K. Then Rahmat N.K. and finally Praveen E.P. Now I invite Ms. J. Jamshi and Dr. Jisna for presenting their paper, Fisheries-Based Ecotourism in Coastal Communities, Strategies for Sustainable Livelihood and Resilience Building in Kochi.
So a very good evening to all, so respected panelists and the presentees, research scholars and dear students. So I'm Jamshi, I'm from assistant working as an assistant professor in Sacred Heart College, and I'm here to present our presentation research paper on the topic Fisheries-Based Ecotourism in Coastal Communities, Strategies for Sustainable Livelihood and Resilience Building in Kochi, Kerala. The authors is myself and Dr. Jisna, HOD and Assistant Professor of Sacred College. So, the main motivation in doing this research was about the indigenous tourism of the seminar topic. So even though I am not at all expert in this indigenous tourism sector from a management background, previously I was working in Central Marine Fisheries and Kerala University of Fisheries University. So I was very curious to tap this indigenous tourism knowledge. Even Snam also motivated me to do this exploration of research in this particular area, linking the fisheries and the ecotourism. So when it comes to the fisheries and the Kerala ecotourism background, I would like to give a small introduction. Like 10% of the Kerala's GDP is mainly concentrated on the tourism. And when it comes to the intakes of the Indian and international tourism, 21.8 million visitors are coming in India. So where fish are the main staple food of people living in Kerala, and when it comes to the linking the fishermen, fisheries, and the ecotourism can inculcate and foster the different type of innovations in the ecotourism. So the main motivation in the doing this research was the untapped potential of this particular area, and mainly to tap the potential of this particular area, education and knowledge about the fisheries-based ecotourism is essential. So, in order to fill this gap, provide an understanding, a foundation of fisheries-based ecotourism in Kerala, I consider Kochi as a key study area. And the main key points that we identified was about the potential and awareness and what is the limitation, the perception of the stakeholders of fisheries about the fisheries-based ecotourism. And when it comes to the contribution in the sustainable fisheries, understanding the unique drivers behind the fisheries-based ecosystem. So I'd like to call the United Nations World Tourism Organization's definition of the sustainable ecotourism, tourism that takes place fully account of its current, future, economic, then social and environmental impacts, addressing the needs of visitors and industry and the environment and host communities. So the sustainable tourism mainly revolves around the three areas, that is economic, social and environmental. So this study is concentrating on the social economic aspects and the social economic resilience. How this, can you show the conceptual model? So the conception model. The conception model mainly relies on the sustainable field tourism, and the framework that we adopted was Dansos and Westdorf, and which mainly concentrates the exploration about the economic, social and environmental relevance of this ecotourism. And the research methodology that we adopted was mixed method, both quantitative and qualitative methodology, and the stakeholder sampling unit consists of boatmen, then fish business operators based there, fishers based there, hotel businessmen there, law enforcement officers was there, and tour operators and tourists were there. So when it comes to their socio-economic diversity, so the 40 to 60 age group people constituting 52% respondents, mostly not much aware about the fisheries based ecotourism, and the stakeholder knowledge of the possibility of fisheries based ecotourism is depicted in the table, and we have used the garage ranking techniques to rank the preference that is indicated by the respondents based on the limitations and the potentials of the fisheries-based ecosystem. Under that garage ranking, the parameters that we accessed was the increasing employment, attract fishing towards the tourists, increase fisheries-based ecotourism facilities and increase the security, increase literacy and change lifestyle, promote regions as a unique place. So the main potential measures that proposed by the respondents was the increase in employment. So what the research is recommending is that if the governing or policy makers is not able to sustain or keep up the increasing employment and attracting the fisheries tourists, then the fisheries potential, leading the fisheries and ecotourism will lack potential. So the increasing employment and attracting fishing tourism plays a key role in measures in fisheries-based ecotourism. When it comes to the major limitation, it was about the lack of awareness and the promotional activities and the scarcity of proper infrastructure facilities like the boat facilities, then gears and high fishing costs and fish boats, boat fares are there. As in the previous sessions, our eminent panelists also mentioned about the fisheries related constraints that we have that we can explore when it comes to the indigenous perspective. And the reliability and validity also checked, and the hypothesis also measured the socio-economic resilience to the fisheries-based ecotourism. So finally, I would like to conclude that the research highlights the crucial role played by the socio-economic system and socio-economic resilience. So the study undergoes the importance of raising awareness of the fisheries-based ecotourism and the strong correlation between the fisheries-based ecotourism and the knowledge emphasis the pivotal role in awareness fisheries-based ecosystem. Then contribution to the research is that by understanding the factors influencing the potential of fisheries-based ecosystem, the educational policies should advocate for the integration of awareness of fisheries-based ecotourism between inmates such as boatmen, fish business operators, fishers, hotel businessmen, law enforcement, etc. And the practical exposure to entrepreneurial challenges and the opportunities can significantly contribute to skill development and motivate the inmates to take up the fisheries-based ecotourism. Thank you. So my main objective was to identify the potential and the limitations of the fisheries-based ecosystems. Two objectives, sir. First one was the understanding the potential awareness of the fisheries-based ecotourism. Second one was understand the limitation of fisheries-based ecosystem, connecting with the sustainable ecosystem. Yeah, socio-economic influence of socio-economic resilience and influence of socio-economic effects on the fisheries-based ecosystem.
How did you prove your hypothesis? It was an hypothesis, alternate hypothesis. It was an alternate hypothesis.
Yeah.
Three.
Yeah. So there is a positive relationship between the socio-ecological system and fisheries-based ecosystem. So the study also understands that when it comes to the potential, understanding the awareness of this can have a positive influence in the fisheries-based ecosystem. Yes.
So according to your research model,
yes,
which is your what you call factor,
yeah,
independent and dependent factor.
Yes.
This is the independent.
Sir, actually, dependent factors was about the fisheries-based ecosystem only. Then there are a lot of mediating factors. I just consider.
Both variables, both dependent and independent variables and mediating, controlling variables.
Yeah, controlling variables are there. So I just analyzed the random study.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next, Dr. Usha Devi Yu, titled Sustainable Development Through Village Tourism, a case study of Pachala, Aramotagara in Thrissur district. Dr. Usha Devi Yu. Next one, Shabu A.S. The paper title, Challenges and Opportunities, a Policy Framework for Indigenous Tourism in Maliankara, Palakkad.
Very good afternoon to all. Myself, Shabu from Palakkad, Colombo, and I had completed my post-graduation from Central University of Karnataka in folklore and tribal studies. So here I am going to discuss about challenges and opportunities, a policy framework for sustainable indigenous tourism in Maliankara, Palakkad. As you all heard about the Maliankara in Palakkad, it's covered with greenery with western Ghats. So in Maliankara, there are having 5 tribal settlements, that is mainly we can tell Malsar, Mahamalsar, Kada and Idukki. So as we mentioned in previous sections and all about the different types of opportunities and tribal tourism and what we can do something and all. So here Maliankara, most tribals are migrated from one place to another, and they are now doing currently coffee plantation, tea plantations and all plantations and all. And in 2000, tribals their enrollment into the government property, and currently now 2023 and 24, government has settled 127 acres of land to tribal settlements. So my goal of the research is to preserve the cultural heritage and the tribal communities while promoting tourism and regions rich cultural and natural assets, make it a prime candidate to tourism development also too. So main objectives that I am going to mention to explore the socio-economic status of the indigenous communities such as Kada, Manasa, Irula, Mahamanasa communities in Maliankara, and to make the government initiative upliftments of indigenous communities through policy suggestions. So here Maliankara is also known as the poor man's Ooty, and it's 4,600 feet high above the sea level. So there is having some issues while I went to the field as a researcher. I had mentioned that the water facilities and the road facilities and all, there is having so many issues, and they are facing the issues not like that as compared to our daily lives and all, but by the case studies of different peoples, from that I can understand that traditionally, culturally, they are having so many facing issues. And the study is mainly I used this methodology like qualitative and sampling like indigenous communities in the different areas. And if I went to that research also, from one place there will be one home, and it's far away they will having another home. And currently government has given the 19 home to Life Mission also. Maliankara is also known as Salisbury Range, as I had mentioned that, and 600 tribal settlements are living across that Maliankara area, and 13 wards that are having Anganwadis, and they are getting The main solutions and suggestions what I am by the study I have mentioned that in order to empower tribal groups and cooperative tribal groups, there must be having starting a cooperative society inside the indigenous settlements, and there must have be a tourist guide to them, and there is a knowledge they will need to give, and we need to promote the environmentally friendly structures and all, and the responsible tourism and sustainability as we have told later sessions and all. So that is the main thing, and come to the conclusion that by highlighting the traditional heritage and tradition, current struggles, this research not only provides insight into their daily experience but also cause targeted government interventions also. So thank you. And some photos by last two by so thank you.
Either you can use primary data or secondary data for
both
collecting data. Then it should be properly statistically analyzed and we get findings. Okay. Then based on the findings only you have to write the suggestions. So here for your concern, what kind of this methodology you have used? Have you collected primary data for this?
Yes sir, primary data.
So how could you collect primary data through questionnaire method?
No sir, actually from interviews like I have questions like basic things, and by the actually we can enter into the questionnaires into the proper way into them.
So here when you are not using questionnaire method, you must have done through qualitative.
Yes sir.
Qualitative methods may be used.
Yes sir. With qualitative purposeful sampling, targeted methods, targeted interviews like.
No, sampling is still again you are going for quantitative method. So you might have done your research by using qualitative techniques. That is known as interview method. So when you have, how many people are interviewed? How many members are interviewed?
50.
50, very sure. And have you assessed it?
Yes sir.
Which technique have you used for assessing the information given by the people?
By interview only. I went to their place and I will ask the questions that I had wrote, like basic things and issues, problems and all.
Okay, so whatever data you are collecting through qualitative method should be assessed. There are lots of statistical tools to assess the qualitative data. And there are various methods also. So you might not follow those methods. You might not have followed those methods. There are some methods to analyze qualitative data. Quantitative data. So there are statistical tools and the methods. So you have used it. And your work must start with the research problem. Okay. So through the research you are answering to a research problem. Okay. Systematic. That's a system. Right. Thank you.
I would like to welcome Marian for the paper titled Addressing Challenges and Opportunities in Skill Development for Native Women in the Tourism Industry. And Dr. Anurag for the paper titled Bridging Perspectives on Sustainability, Insights into Awareness, Tourism and the Path to Responsible Tourism in Alappuzha district.
Good evening to one and all present here. Myself, Dr. Anu. We represent St. Teresa's College, Ernakulam. Our title is Bridging Perspectives on Sustainability and Insight into Awareness, Choices and the Path into Responsible Tourism. According to the Global Sustainable Tourism Council, sustainable travel is an aspiration to knowledge to all impacts tourism, both positive and negative. So, according to the research in the year 2022, the domestic tourists traveling to southern state of Kerala were 19 million, and we are expecting 22 million in 2024. So the problem of statement why we have to take care of the travel and tourism area is it is high time to give awareness to the customers or travelers or the companies about the sustainable practices so that they can implement and so that they can reserve their natural resources. Objectives: to identify the distinct travel segments based on the sustainability perceptions, to explore behavioral patterns in the sustainable tourism, to examine the perception of social and environmental cost. So we have chosen stratified random sampling, and hardly we find some of the variables. Normally we have come across lot of variables like number of times the travelers and the other variables. So these are the variables that we have chosen for our research: for sustainable economic support, environmental sustainability, perceived cost, and the responsible tourism behavior. So we have used our software aspect. My team member, she will explain the methodology part. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ideally, when we look at classifying travelers, travelers are usually classified based on their behavior in terms of whether they're budget travelers, whether they're business travelers, whether they like to travel for adventure, whether they like to travel for experiences. So these are the classifications of travelers that is normally seen in research books or research reports. We kind of try to look at classifying travelers based on their awareness or perception towards sustainability, because sustainability is a theme that we're trying to understand. We know that most travelers understand the importance of sustainability. They perceive that sustainability as a factor is required, is mandatory. But when it comes to action, most of them do not know what do they do. How can they act responsibly? They probably actually shy away from taking on the role of a responsible traveler, because they don't know how much of behavior they need to portray. So our goal was basically to classify travelers based on these factors, whether their understanding of the cost involved in sustainable tourism, the cost or the economic support that they can provide or they are willing to provide, their responsible behavior as a tourist, and their understanding about perceptions towards environment sustainability. So these are the 4 psychographic variables that we thought we could identify and see. Among the travelers that we got data from, whether we can segregate them based on similar characteristics among these 4 variables. So what the analysis that we did, we performed something called a cluster analysis. Cluster analysis is generally done on a classification method. It is to classify groups or data points based on similarity of their characteristics. And here we did a cluster analysis using our tool, and we found 5 clusters that the software has actually given us. And that 5 clusters range from someone who's highly sustainable, travelers who are sustainability champions, to the other end of the spectrum, that they are who are basically apathetic explorers who are passive and unconcerned about their travel or tourism behavior. So that's the range of segments that we found, and each of the clusters denotes a particular characteristics based on certain similar parameters, and they range from really highly high behavior in terms of economic support that they will willing to provide, their responsible behavior, their understanding of the perceived cost that is associated with tourism, and their perception towards environment sustainability. And the other end would be people who do not actually perceive that there is a cost for tourism development. They do not they are not willing to help provide economic support, or for that matter, they're not willing to show responsible behavior. People who are actually who shy away from doing anything. They're traveling only for their own benefit. So that's the spectrum of customers that clusters that we found. This basically helps marketeers or policymakers or basically travel agents to identify clusters or to identify travelers who specifically fall into a particular group and provide marketing strategies that can be aimed at these clusters or these travelers. People who are probably showing apathetic behavior, they can be targeted and provided with education and information and create more awareness in terms of how they can help to bring up this responsible behavior. So that's our strategy. Thank you so much.
You have used a cluster for that. Okay. So here, what are the parameters you have used to make clusters? So have you asked questions?
Yes. There are 4 variables that we measured on. One was economic support, perception of economic support in terms of questions were in terms
how many items are there in that?
There would be like 5.
5.
And then there's perceived cost. That is their perception of how much of cost that tourism developmental activities can impact the environment. So that also should be around 4 or 5 questions. Then environmental sustainability perception, that would be like some 7 or 8 questions.
So you have prepared a questionnaire?
Yes.
Okay.
Based on standardized questions.
Okay. For each
for each
variable,
variable,
you have a few items too.
Yes.
And it was made as such a questionnaire.
Yes.
Distributed among the tourists.
Travelers
or tourists.
Travel groups. We had a few travel groups and we identified travel groups. People who traveled to Kerala, different locations. And
how many you have chosen?
We had we got 285 responses actually. We targeted many more, but we got 285 responses.
What would be the population?
Population would be the travelers, both domestic and international travelers coming to Kerala.
Very difficult. When I use the word traveler, it will be a big issue. You will get an unlimited number. Okay. So definite number you will get. Infinite number.
Okay.
Travelers infinite. So tours are concerned, they are finite.
Okay. Maybe the terminology was not clear.
So in the presentation, but according to your methodology, you mentioned you apply these random sampling techniques. But without knowing the proper sampling, how you can apply this random sampling? Is it continuous sampling or sampling? Because travelers, they are coming from here and there. Right, you don't know how many people are coming here and there to randomly.
It's a logical question also there.
Yeah.
Because without knowing the population, how will you be able to start?
So you have used starter sampling, no?
I thought because there are 22 million, the government was saying that there's 22 million people expected to come visit Kerala. So that's when I thought maybe this, I understand purpose sample would have been more.
Here you see, madam, whenever you use strata sampling, stratified data. So what strata you made? There is different strata, no? From in that strata you have to do it randomly.
Either gender-wise you can.
What we did was we contacted different travel groups. People who like to travel alone, women group, people who travel with family. So there are different travel groups whom we identified through travel agents, and just through them that we got our data. So that's why we thought stratified sampling might be appropriate method. But maybe it's a...
It may be convenient sampling method.
Alright, that sounds fine.
Water sampling, statistical sampling, cannot be worked out here.
Sure, sir, we'll make the correction.
And what about this, your research problem? How could you come into the research problem?
Research problem?
How could you arrive into research problem and what are the techniques you use?
The research problem that we identified was when we looked at trying to find out what are the different categories of travelers, we realized...
Have you read any previous articles?
We did, yes. And most of the previous articles talk about tourists in terms of whether they are budget or whether they are business travelers, whether they are adventure travelers, or whether they are people who travel for experience. And those kind of categorization is what we found. We did not find.
There is a methodology. First of all, you have to read related articles and you have to find out the research gap. Then you have to continue. From research gap, you have to write research.
The research gap here identified is travelers had not been classified based on psychographic variables in terms of their perception for economic, in terms of their perception of environmental sustainability. So those variables have not been studied to classify travelers, and that is one of the reasons why we did it.
Your topic is very interesting. That is why you are asking these questions. Topic is interesting, but you can modify it. Methodology can be changed. It can modify. You can write something better.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Anmol K. for the paper titled Resident Roles in Sustainable Tourism Development, a TAR Model Analysis, a case study of Ernakulam, Thevara.
Respected parents, teachers, professor scholars, and my dear students, a very good evening to one and all. Myself, Dr. Anmol K., Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Sree Sankara College, Kalady. The topic for presentation is that residents' role in sustainable tourism development, a tourism area life cycle model analysis, a case study of Ernakulam district, Kerala. As we know that tourism is considered to be the largest contributor to the growth of service sector in Kerala. And Kerala is endowed with its immense potential for the growth of tourism industry in an international perspective. That's why Kerala is known as the God's own country. It offers a new and varied products of tourism like health tourism, medical tourism, Ayurveda tourism, beach tourism, pilgrimage tourism, etc. So tourism, when managed responsibly, can be powerfully driven for economic growth of our country. So it also provides cultural exchange and environmental conservation also. So however, achieving sustainable tourism requires the active participation of local residents in that community. So residents are not just a passive observers, and they are the key stakeholders whose involvement directly shapes the sustainability and success of tourism initiatives. So by recognizing the importance of local residents' active participation in a dynamic process, we can build a tourism model, that is tourism area life cycle model, that respects the cultural heritage, foster economic equity, and preserve the environmental for future generations. So once a community become a touristic destination, the lives of residents in that community definitely affected by tourism in one way or another way. Maybe it is positive or maybe it is in negative. So if the community of in the locality evaluates tourism creates more negative impacts than positive, it implies that they do not welcome the tourists in their area. So genuine tourism growth can foster overall development of the economy, encompassing all areas of life, enhancing a steady growth in quality of life, standard of living, and affect the generation of a meritorious and judicious exchange of culture and idea related to our tradition. So there is a need for evaluating the impact of tourism because resident support is essential for further tourism development in our area. So therefore, the government planners and community developers should consider resident standpoint, so how they perceive the impact of tourism and when they frame the tourism programs and policies. The present study uses tourism area life cycle model to explain the residents' perceptions on the impact of tourism. Butler, in 1918, introduced the concept of tourism area life cycle model to the evolution for implication for the management of resources in our community. And this model discussed the development of a destination in terms of a series of stages defined by the number of visitors and the level of infrastructure are the indicators of the development. It consists of 6 stages. That first, the exploration stages, the initial phase of the model is an exploration, and during this phase, the area.
It's good. Just your findings.
Okay.
This is your research, your PhD thesis.
The main objectives of the study to analyze the trends and pattern of tourism development in Kerala and to analyze the direct effect of economic, social, cultural and environmental effect of tourism on quality of life of residents in the community, and also to analyze residents' evaluation and support for further tourism development in their community. Sir, I just want to find this. So the study, the result shows that only there is a significant positive relationship between the quality of life and only the economic impact. So hence we accept the alternative hypothesis there exists a positive relationship between economic impacts and the residents' quality of life. But no such positive relations we cannot exist between the social and the cultural and environmental impact with the quality of life. So the findings of the studies are similar to the previous studies where the local residents perceive greater level of economic gain and hence they pursue the impact of tourism development to be more positive. So they especially felt that tourism has a positive effect on the local economy, such as improving the by way of increasing job opportunities, and they also agreed that tourism has resulted in a number of quality life improvements. However, the study findings further shows that local residents have also concern for the society, culture and environment, and recognizing the seriousness of social, cultural and environmental problems, the community has become increasingly conscious about its impacts. So it could be that the host community is conscious of the possible drawbacks of new construction of the environment, destruction of traditional culture and serious social problems like malpractices in the name of medical tourism or overcrowding and the like. So the result can be explained in the sense residents who have viewed more extensive level of tourism and rapid growth of tourism development in the community were more likely to be influenced only the economic impact of tourism and they are not bothered about the social and cultural and environmental aspects. Thanks.
Any model have you developed based on this? Any model have you developed?
I am mostly evaluating resident support. About the hypothesis.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, I would like to welcome Madam Mary Michael, Dr. Anju Priya and Dr. Geeta Jose for the paper titled Intention to Visit Disaster-Struck Tourism Sites, Role of Information Sources, Risk Perception and Travel Types.
Good evening, one and all. We are representing Bharat Institute of Management, myself Anju, Assistant Professor, Department of Management Studies, Bharat Institute of Management. And before getting into the topic, I would like to say something like Kerala, God's own country. It sometimes feels like God is doing an experiment with us, with a lot of natural disasters and calamities happening. And we have taken actually a premium package of natural disasters starting from 2018 Kerala floods to the 2019 floods to the landslides in 2020 and the recent Wayanad incident in 2024. And we have dealt with so much natural disasters, and Kerala, we people are very resilient, and we have that resilience in our DNA. And talking about natural disasters, I'm not going into detail. This is the statistics about the natural disasters that have happened over the recent years in India and Kerala. Moving on, these are our key variables. We have some measured variables and manipulated variables like information source. We have used official source and personal influential blogger narratives. And we have the type of travel that acts as a moderator, solo travel and group travel. And the independent variable is obviously information source, and the dependent variable is intention to state. And we have a mediating variable that is perceived risk that is measured using 5 dimensions. And moving on to the objectives of the study, there are 4 main objectives of the study. The first one is related to finding the relation between information source, that is official source, and blogger narratives, and perceived risk, what is the association between that, and the type of relationship between perceived risk and the travel intention, and the moderating effect of type of travel on the relationship between perceived risk and travel intention. And the last is the mediating. We have also analyzed the mediating effect of perceived risk in the relation between information source and the intention to visit. And Marian will be dealing with analysis part.
So as a methodology, what we have used is our research design is an experimental research design. So our idea was this: when something like what happened in Payyanur happens, how likely are you to go back and visit Payyanur? We have that risk factor within us that is it safe to visit yet? So two major sources that we look at as travelers when you wish to visit a disaster-struck tourism site would be: one can be an official information that comes from the government source, and the other can be something that comes on the social media or someone which is a personal source of information. So our first idea was to find out what is the differential influence of these information sources in choosing whether you would like to travel to a disaster-struck destination. So the first thing we did in terms of our experimental study was we wanted to create a stimuli for this. So to create that, first we tried to find out what are the destination characteristics that youngsters would prefer. So we had a focus group discussion with a very small set of people, 10 students, and we identified what are the major characteristics they look at in destinations. Based on that, we designed a destination, a fictitious destination called Tusharam Valley. We developed a write-up about this Tusharam Valley, which is based on the characteristics that the students identified as their preferred destination would be. We looked at this destination and we tried to find out whether there is a perceived realism in terms of the contents there, and how likely are the students to visit it, and we got very good mean values for that. Now the next stage what we did was the students had to be subjected to another experiment where we had to tell them that there was an incident that happened. So a newspaper clipping like this was made, which said that there was a disaster that happened in the Tusharam Valley that they had just now read about, and this is the situation. So in order to make them not know what was their actual, the questionnaire was actually about, we asked them whether at this stage would you like to do something for this place, do you like to support this place, how would you like to support. Such questions were asked just to divert their attention. And then we gave them, after 3 months, this is something that came in the Kerala tourism website. So not in the website, in the Insta handle of Kerala tourism. So this is from the tourism ministry saying that everything is back to normal at Tusharam Valley. We invite you to visit Tusharam Valley. So some of the students were subjected to this this was one group where they saw only the from the ministry. And the next set of students were subjected to this particular Instagram handle, which is of a social media influencer. So we wanted to see whether there is a difference in their intention to visit this disaster-struck tourism, seeing both of these. So another variable that we had in mind was some places we might probably travel alone. But when it is a disaster-struck place, do you wish to travel alone, or if it is a group, is there a difference in the way you perceive the intention to visit? So this was our idea, and this was the experiments that we conducted. So for this, we conducted it with 184 students. Why students? Because for experiments, it is always ideal to use students, especially because it's a consumer behavior study. And most of the previous literature that we looked at also looked at students as an experimental respondents. With our students, again, the age category is the ones whom we were actually looking at, whether this generation is actually interested in visiting a disaster-struck tourism, because we speak a lot about dark tourism. But this is not about dark tourism, but after the incident, 3 months after the incident, that is what we are looking at. So we did the data analysis. The first hypothesis was whether the information source differently influences their perceived risk. And what we found was the personal sources of information was helpful in reducing the risk. Perceived risk was lesser in people who were exposed to the condition of personal source of information than on the government source of information. Though the assurance from government is finding to be comforting, the experience of a person visiting the place and coming back is what we understand travel. And the next one was whether this perceived risk influences the intention to travel. We found a weak but significant correlation. So our idea was definitely when the perceived risk is high, the intention should be high. But we found a weak but significant correlation, as you can see. So the next variable that we had introduced was whether it was a mediating effect. And for testing the mediating effect, we have used the Hayes process model number 4 there, and we got a mediation. There is a direct effect, as you can see, and an indirect effect, suggesting that it is a partial mediation. And to check the moderation of the type of travel, whether you traveling individually, a solo traveler versus group traveler, if there is an effect, we tested it using Hayes process model 14, and we could find that this type of travel was acting as a moderation. But the index of moderated mediation is shown, and something that was interesting was this was significant only in the case of solo travel. That is, when you are traveling alone, even when the perceived risk is high, you don't travel alone. When the perceived risk is low, you tend to travel alone, though the mean is not very high. 3.5 is what we got. But in the case of group travel, something interesting that we found was even when the risk is high, even when the perceived risk is high, there is an intention to travel in group. So the type of travel is actually acting as a moderator there, whereby when you're traveling in group, your risk is reduced. So how can we use this information? So that is where we come to our implications of the study. We'll keep it very simple. So what we thought was, now that we understand group is the ones who would like to travel to a disaster-struck tourism site, what can we do to ensure that this group should be responsibly behaving as tourists? So especially in terms of when we speak of sustainability, we have to ensure that even when there is a disaster issue that has happened, tourism should be one way in which that resilience is coming up. Tourism should be one way in which the locals are also actively participating and they get over it. So to motivate that, group travel should be something that should be encouraged, and we have to, and just take a notice, responsible narration should come from not from the government side, but responsible narration coming from an individual in his social media sites is definitely going to influence this. So the government should also promote social media influencers or social influencers, travel enthusiasts with good followers to come up to the location, share their narratives with people, and then this travel is definitely going to get better. Community-based tourism can be improved. You can include local guides and cultural immersion, whereby this disastrous situations can be worked out. Right. So these were some suggestions that we were coming out with from our study. Thank you.
It was a very good study. I appreciate the methodology you used. It is a traditional way of doing research. You have taken a new way. Okay. I hope we didn't practice it before. Yeah, it is good. Whether it is published?
No.
Publication. So once you present it here, how can you publish it?
We have more variables coming into picture. This is just the base part of it that we are presentation. Sustainability as
So I appreciate it. Good work.
initially we had one more personality variable, but then that was not working out in our experiment, so we kept it as well, so we got coming up with this.
Very good.
Sir, I have one question. It's actually a layman point of view. Actually, we are here having about an ecotourism development. Now the disaster tourism.
Catastrophic
Yeah.
One country in Japan, people who are
the government itself is saying
visit that place even if they don't like it.
So the disaster tourism, this is the word now. What is your opinion?
I would like to clarify that concept once. What we discussed about is disaster-struck tourism destination. We're not speaking about dark tourism. What you meant is dark tourism. Dark tourism is what happens when something bad, like what happened in Wayanad happens, and people rush to see what has happened there, and they are actually negatively affecting all the relief measures there. That is dark tourism. But what we are speaking about here is not dark tourism. Once the community has revived, we need to support them by going back there. But what often happens is, now if you ask me, do you want to go to Wayanad, I will be like doubtful. No, maybe I should wait.
I should wait and see if more disasters are coming. So we have looked at different aspects of risk here. People are afraid to go back there because they do not want to expose themselves to danger. Even when government says, see, there is nothing to worry, please travel, they are asking us to travel. Now that is where this comes in. Dark tourism is definitely negative. People going there and that can affect relief measures. That is really bad, and I would suggest all these youngsters sitting here, we are speaking about going back to a destination where something bad has happened.
One more thing. After the resilience and all those things,
yes.
What is the next step for improving the tourism activity?
That is where we have some suggestions. We should start with group travel. Promote group travel. Also, Kannur, some they are doing campaigns to make the youngsters revisit.
Actually, as dark tourism is concerned, it is not negative. It is positive. So, if some natural calamities, catastrophe may happen somewhere. So, you are going and visiting that place and you may contribute also. So, when you contribute, it becomes something like regenerative tourism. How we can regenerate the already affected area. Yeah, it's positive. Okay, and sometimes you want to affect the rehabilitation measures of this particular place.
Because we don't come really from tourism sector.
Yeah,
I've read few articles about dark tourism while going through this disaster.
Yeah, dark tourism is generally different from what your concept. Your concept is a destination but struck by some calamities. What is the perception of the people? Solo travelers and group travelers, what is their perception? Okay. What is going to influence the perception? Are they ready to go? Or revisit intention? Okay. So that's actually when a hazardous destination or a destination which is affected by some natural calamities, and are they ready for a revisit? Right.
Next, I welcome Dr. Baiju Kogar for the paper Beyond Sightseeing, Embracing Responsible Tourism for a Better Tomorrow. Next, I welcome Professor Dr. Manoj P.K. for the paper titled Prospects of Ecotourism for Tribal Development, Some Empirical Evidence from the State of Kerala. So next, I welcome Rahmat M.K. for the paper titled Significance of Sustainable Tourism in India.
Very good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Farzana Seri, second year MCOM, specialized in finance and taxation. Today I am going to present a paper on the topic, the significance of sustainable tourism in India. I am the co-author of this paper, and we all know that sustainable means development. Sustainable development means that development that makes meet the needs of today by considering the upcoming generation. So likewise, tourism is sustainable tourism is also like considering or exploring the today's economic or eco-tourism by not to over exploiting the natural or economic or cultural features of some areas. Tourism offers great opportunities for emerging economies and developing, create jobs, strengthens the economy, and contribute to local infrastructure, facilities, etc. And it also helps to the cultural and traditional exchange between two or more backgrounds, and to reduce poverty and inequality. And one more thing is that it is a major source of foreign exchange for the country. And the objective of the study was to classify the positive and negative impacts of tourist development, and to assess the socio-economic and environmental impact assessment, technology, and their implication to sustainable
tourism development, to develop a critical awareness of the way in which tourism can enhance the welfare of the people and to protect our nature and cultural heritage. And we have some positive and negative impacts of tourism. The positive impacts are that tourism in India is key driver for income and employment generation, and tourism helps for the developed infrastructure such as transportation system, healthcare system, and sports centers, etc. Tourism significantly benefits the underdeveloped region of the country. Many of these economically disadvantaged areas boast stunning natural landscape and rich cultural heritage, make them ideal for attracting visitors and boosting local economies. Then we have the negative impacts like the tourism result in import leakage. When the foreign tourists need more equipment, food, drinks and other goods, the country will push to import such things from other countries, will lead to the leakage of country's economy. Then other negative impact is that the job opportunity in tourist sector is seasonal, typically available only during the peak tourist season, and tourism can disturb the social fabric of a community. As more tourists visit a location, there is an increased risk that the community may lose its unique identity. And the findings of the study was promoting environmental sustainability, implementing practices that reduce environmental impact and conserve natural resources, ensuring the preservation of diverse ecosystem and wildlife through responsible tourism, supporting local cultures and communities by fostering cultural exchange and ensuring that tourism benefits local population, ensuring tourism contributes positively to both local and national economy while providing equitable opportunities. Solution was tourism has become largest industry, it creates more employment opportunity, the turnover. Moreover, tourism is one of the best instrument of economic development. Tourism industry is mainly supported through agriculture, construction, policy, etc. Tourism has new concepts which require the support from the government to develop and flourish. Effective implementation of all these policies will help in overall growth of the industry.
I understand the objectives are very good.
Thank you, sir.
But some of things are, I don't know how to arrive to the findings. So the findings, how to write the findings? Those findings, how to write the findings? Is it based on any kind of analysis?
We distributed some questionnaires to.
So nothing is mentioned in your presentation.
Methodology is not given. We will give the
Methodology, you have discussed even hypothesis, how you have proven it.
And many of the findings are quite generic in nature. That should be very specific. Since we appreciate you, but in the future, don't take very fast type subject. In India, it's fast. Yes, so like ministry can't meet to collect the data from India. Let us narrow down the Ernakulam, like Thevara, or something. So specifically target, collect the data, and do it. That's not. In so data, you can generalize. Okay. But should be based on some, say, some statistical analysis or something like that. Otherwise,
We appreciate that. You are students, English student, no? Are you doing dissertation? Are you doing dissertation?
No, sir.
No, no, in your PG, your dissertation, you are going to do it. So do it very systematically. You follow the methodology, research methodology. I don't do it, right?
Thank you, sir.
I welcome Praveen, EP and Hita Nizmati for a paper titled Community Involvement in Wildlife Tourism and Environmental Impact.
very warm good afternoon to everyone. I'm Himanish Mudi. I'm a second year account student specialized in finance and taxation from MES College, Payyanur. And I'm the co-author of this particular research paper titled Community Involvement in Wildlife Tourism and the Environmental Impact. So let's delve into this topic. So community involvement in wildlife tourism and environmental conservation plays a pivotal role in promoting sustainable development and ecological balance. We all are familiar of that. And wildlife tourism, a rapidly growing sector of the travel industry, has the potential to generate significant economic and social benefits. So this particular research paper is somewhat similar to the things that Dr. Gunabalan sir have already mentioned. So it's actually an anecdote of that particular research paper itself. Okay. So the scope of this particular research paper is to identify the community involved in wildlife tourism, like the ecotourism initiatives that we mentioned before, and the cultural preservation along with this ecotourism initiatives, and the environmental impact such as the habitat preservation, wildlife monitoring, habitat disturbance and waste and pollution management, and some economic and social scope as well, and finally the scope for research and policy development. So these are the key areas of investigation. So coming to the objectives of this research paper, the first one is to analyze the extent and source of community involvement in wildlife tourism and to evaluate the economic, social and ecological benefits of community-based tourism initiatives. And third one, to assess the environmental impacts, both the negative as well as the positive one, of wildlife tourism. And finally, to identify challenges and propose strategies for sustainable practice. So the research methodology, we have actually collected the data from secondary sources because the time was limited. And it's already mentioned there. And we actually collected from document analysis like government policies, tourism development plans and conservation project reports, then environmental data, and that's all about it. And coming to the literature review, we have reviewed certain literatures, and what we identified from the literature review was longitudinal studies are not conducted on this particular topic. Majority of the topics related to this one is conducted for a short period that focus on short-term impact or immediate impact. Okay, so that's the research gathering that actually found out from it, and some of the challenges and environmental impact is our exploitation of resources, and these are certain challenges that is accompanied with the wildlife tourism, and the loss of biodiversity due to mismanagement, displacement or exclusion, carbon footprints and pollution. So with this analytical research, what we have found is the positive contribution of community involvement, like increased conservation awareness. As a resource person, Dr. Gunabalan has said, it do create a lot of conservation awareness in the communities, local community systems. So it's actually a positive thing, or it's actually an advantage of this particular topic. And it reduced poaching and habitat destruction, and like illegal hunting and all. Okay, it got reduced, and it improved visitor experiences. And some of the challenges and environmental concerns is infrastructure strength. Yeah, definitely there have a lack of infrastructure facilities because we're actually trying to conserve the wildlife. So if we implement infrastructure facilities in those areas, it will be just the opposite of the principal motto of conserving the wildlife. So that's definitely an infrastructural, a challenge there. And the knowledge and resource gaps, as I mentioned before, and the over-dependence on tourism. Like, see, if the local communities merely depend on the wildlife tourism, there might be seasons where we won't be able to get proper tourist visits. So they won't get enough income during those seasons. So they have to find another sources just to negate that gap. So our dependence on tourism is actually a challenge related with this, and the conflict of revenue distribution, and obviously the environmental impact is degradation of natural habitat, increased carbon footprint, and all. So these are the suggestions for improvement. Like, it's a thing that we are saying over and over again, but still, the first one would be empowering the local communities. Like, we can give them certain awarenesses regarding giving training and education to the local communities, then revenue sharing models, and sustainable tourism practices like eco-friendly infrastructure and visitor limits. We have to cap the limits of visitors. And the integrated conservation efforts like participatory planning, these are all the things that we have already discussed towards the entire session. and alternative livelihood, as I mentioned before, and monitoring and evaluation like regular impact assessments, enforcement of regulations, public-private partnerships like collaboration with NGOs, governments, and private sectors to fund and support civility. So, coming to the conclusion, community involvement in wildlife tourism has the potential to promote conservation and provide socio-economic benefits, but these outcomes depend on proper planning and equitable distribution of resources and the adherence to sustainable practices. By addressing challenges and implementing the solutions above, wildlife tourism can become a tool for both environmental preservation and community development. So that's all about the topic. Thank you.
So the study is purely based on secondary data.
Yeah.
Primary data is not that.
So we couldn't do
But
that.
your three objectives needs primary data. Otherwise, it cannot be done. You cannot answer for those questions, that objectives.
Okay.
Okay, you need primary data. And secondary is concerned, normally you have mentioned what kind of secondary data you are using. You have come up with some research review. So that may not be sufficient to go for a research work. Second data sources using the very big data. Second data sources. As it be analyzed through statistical applications and you have to come into some conclusion. Okay. So this is something just a paper. You are a student now?
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
13 Pro, eh?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You are thinking this wildlife tourism, you need to think both the human and animal friendly can the safety of the people.
Okay.
That is the important thing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Finally, I welcome Dr. Kalady for the paper titled Sustainable Development Through Village Tourism, a case study of Payyannur in Thrissur district.
Good afternoon. My topic is Sustainable Development Through Village Tourism, a case study of Thevara in Thrissur district. Myself, Dr. Kalady, Assistant Professor in Maliankara, Institute of Advanced Studies in Education, Thrissur. First slide, I included the abstract. Sustainable development through village tourism has gained significant attention as a means to promote economic growth while preserving local culture and environment. The case study of Payyanur in Thrissur district examines this effort. This village has successfully implemented a tourism model that shows its unique cultural heritage, traditional practice, and natural beauty. This study employs a mixed method approach, integrating qualitative and quantitative data collection to explore sustainable development through village tourism in Payyanur. Introduction. Payyanur was established in 2005 near Ernakulam on the border of districts of Thrissur and Palakkad. Sree Sankara and CM forging an unconventional cultural career. Okay, thank you. Objectives of the study: how does village tourism contribute to sustainable development in rural communities using Payyanur as a case study? What are the challenges and opportunities in balancing cultural preservation with economic growth in village tourism initiatives? In what ways do traditional art forms and festivals like Kuttikkanam impact the socio-economic dynamics of local communities? What role does community involvement play in ensuring the success and sustainability of tourism projects like Payyanur? How can innovative practices such as the fusion of organic farming and the rural theatre be implicated in other villages to promote sustainable tourism? These are topics of the study. Methodology. For the study, research design, implement a mixed method approach. Utilize a case study designed to conduct in-depth examination of Payyanur, especially the Kuttikkanam festival. Data collection methods. Primary data, conduct semi-structured interviews. and direct observation of tourism activities and infrastructure. In this study, Kuttikkanam activity and the performance are observed, and structured interview was conducted with villagers and participants in the activities undertaken in Pathshala. Secondary data, Facebook page Pathshala activities are collected for the study. Sree Sankara and Narayana discussions are collected. Sampling method, a purposive sampling method. Data analysis, qualitative data analysis using the study. Timeline, develop a detailed timeline for each phase of the research, including data collection, analysis, and report writing. Moving to next slide, discussion and the results of the study are written in the slide. Finding and discussions are, first one is key talks and discussions. Talks by Pathshala provide ideas on social interaction and communal living, emphasize the value of creating open areas, clearing down boundaries between different cultures, and encouraging communication. Workshops of craft and creativity. Participants took part in a variety of practical activities such as making crafts out of palm leaves, artistic Pradeep Vaidi, bamboo music. There were also music-focused workshops at the camp, with an emphasis on utilizing music as a medium for communication and emotional expression. The participants learned how to convey emotions through sound and experimented with various musical instruments. Cultural demonstrations and artistic sections. Party display. Economic growth and the local employment. The outdoor Kuttikkanam celebration that takes place 2 or 3 days. The festival which simultaneously presents engaging programs on performing arts, cinema, and literature, including celebrities from outside Kerala. Friends bring together the spirit of human endeavor, vegetables and food grains. Anasala products are famous in Natisanda in Fridays. Preservation of cultural heritage. The participants learn about traditional customs, creative process, and how they relate to contemporary society. Environmental conservation. With eco-friendly accommodations, waste management system, and renewable energy sources, village tourism can minimize environmental impacts. By encouraging everyone to share the food they cook, they process highlighted the importance of community. Anasala products are the organic farm vegetables produced in Pathshala, Thevara. Next point is infrastructure development. To attract tourists, basic facilities like roads, healthcare, education are often improved, benefit residential quality of life. Environment and community involvement. Participants were encouraged to express their thoughts and emotions often through drama, music, and craft. Drama produced in Pathshala conveys women's needs in society. Manakidaya, Ottanyavalmara, Kurutari, Idaniramar are the examples of drama production. Conclusion. Pathshala Thevara is a culture, agriculture group, Kala Pathshala and Krishi Pathshala and Tips Pathshala. Pathshala Thevara serves as a model of sustainable village tourism by effectively merging cultural heritage, organic farming, and community-driven initiatives. Its holistic approach has contributed to economic growth, cultural preservation, environmental conservation, infrastructure development, and community empowerment. Anasala products, especially food grains and papadam, are familiar to Thevara. Through a structured methodology and innovative practices, Pathshala Thevara has demonstrated that responsible village tourism can drive sustainable development, offering a blueprint for similar rural communities worldwide. Thank you.
Madam, you are a teacher forever.
Yes.
You are chosen a tourism topic. Right? What is the motivation behind it?
I do work along the Pathshala drama.
Okay.
Then I think the sustainable development in village tourism is a project in Pathshala.
So how many Indians are there in Pathshala? How many people are there?
Pathshala is an organization mainly Sree Sankara and CM Marian.
Okay.
NGO?
Huh?
NGO?
NGO, non-governmental organization?
Yes, yes.
So
So they are promoting all these things.
Yes.
By way of dramas and so many others.
Yes.
So they have-
Payyannur is Veena Kannan's performance, Veena Chandran, State Award winner.
So they have cultural expressions as well as some value products also.
Yes. Organic products.
Organic products.
Yes. In Friday, Natichandra, the products are in selling there.
Okay.
Will they prefer all these things from the farmers?
Yes. Maliankara അതായത് അവിടുത്തെ ഫാമുകളിൽ ആ ഇവര് തന്നെയാണ് അത് ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നത്.
Organic farmers ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നതാണ് ഈ നാട്ടിലെ
അല്ല, ഈ ശ്രീകൃഷ്ണേശ്വരി നാരായണി വീട്ടിൽ തന്നെ ഫാമുകളുണ്ട്. അവിടെ അവരെ കൃഷി ചെയ്യാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. പുറമേയുള്ള ആൾക്കാർ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയത് ഇവിടെ കൊണ്ടുപോയിട്ടല്ല ചെയ്യുന്നത്. കുക്കിനെ അവരെന്നെ ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നതാണ്. നവരരി, കുമ്പളം, മത്ത.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite Abhisha ma'am for the vote of thanks.
Thank you for your active participation in today's session. We appreciate all the presenters for sharing your valuable insight. A special thanks to Dr. Binoy and Professor S. Gunabalan for chairing this session. Thank you, Dr. Remishan sir, for your guidance. We also thank the organizing committee for their hard work in making this session a success. Thank you all.
ഇവരെ ഒരുമിച്ച് Okay. So not our idea. You are thinking, we both the same college. You are commerce department. He is from different college. Yeah. Thank you.